Good morning, everybody. I'd like to call this meeting to order at 9:00 a.m. for the regular council meeting, Clearwater County regular council meeting for August 25th, 2026. I'd like to welcome all members of council here this morning, as well as Clearwater County staff who will be providing us with information needed to make the best decisions on behalf of residents, businesses, and stakeholders of Clearwater County. I'd also like to welcome any members of the public in attendance this morning, as well as any media who may be present or joining us online. Before we begin today's agenda, are there any council members that would like to declare potential conflict of interest or pecuniary interest on any agenda items here this morning? Seeing none. I'd also like to remind everybody that all public meetings are live streamed and recorded. Any verbal or written information provided may be included in public documents as per the Access to Information Act, Sections 4, and Protection of Privacy Act, Sections 2, 4, and 5. As we move towards adopting today's agenda, I do have an amendment I would like to make to today's agenda, and it would be under 5.3. It would be regarding Kootenay Plains Ecological Reserve. So I'd be looking for a motion to amend the agenda. And I'll make the motion to amend today's agenda. And I'll call the question. All those in favor? That motion is passed. The amendment would be under 5.3, which is Kootenay Plains Ecological Reserve. With that amendment being proposed, I'll call the question. All those in favor of that amendment? That amendment has been adopted by council. Now, to adopt the agenda as presented and as amended, I'd be looking for a motion to adopt the agenda as amended. Councillor Letwin makes the motion to adopt the August 25th, 2026 regular council meeting for Clearwater County as amended. I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that motion is supported by council. Adoption of the regular council meeting minutes for July 28th, 2026. Were there any errors or omissions noted in those minutes? If not, I'd be looking for a motion to adopt the minutes as presented. Councillor McCulley would like to make the motion to adopt the regular council meeting minutes from July 28th, 2026. Seeing no discussion, I'll call the question. All those in favor? That motion is carried. Now we'd like to proceed into today's agenda into item 4.1, which is first reading of bylaw 26/101 for application number 1826 to amend the land use bylaw. It is on page 10 of today's agenda, and I'll pass the floor over to administration to present this item to council.
Thank you, Reeve. Bob Hagsma of High Country Surveys has made application on behalf of Rocky Mountain Salvage to amend the land use bylaw for the purpose of redesignating 35.26 acres. On the maps, they are labeled as Parcel C and Parcel B. They're known as Plan 0520308 Block 1 Lot 1, and they would like to go from the agricultural district to the industrial district. The subject land is located approximately 2 kilometers southwest of the town of Rocky Mountain House, adjacent to Highway 11A. Should the land use amendment be successful, the landowners intend to develop a storage facility which will require development approval. The landowners intend to use the westerly and easterly portions of the property, which is broken up into 3 parts, all under one title. Parcel A, which is southeast of the railroad, will remain undeveloped and is not part of this application. The subject parcels cannot be subdivided unless an area structure plan or an outline plan is adopted by council, and the subject land is located within the Rocky Clearwater IDP plan area, and is within the plan boundary in the rural policy area. The town of Rocky Mountain House will have a chance to comment on this application at the referral public hearing stage of this application. Moving into considerations, the proposed redesignation is to allow for the operation of a storage facility. As per section 7.2.6 of the MDP, council should consider whether or not this site is suitable for an isolated industrial site. The subject property is adjacent to 11A and access is achieved by way of an approach off National Historic Site Road, Range Road 7-5. Due to the nature of this site, it would be appropriate for council to consider policy 11.2.4 of the MDP to ensure that the applicant is proactive in mitigating the impacts of noise and visual impacts on adjacent landowners and traffic. Additionally, council should consider policy 14.2.6 to ensure that the property is suitable for the proposed use. The proposal would be considered an isolated industrial district parcel outside of a business park, which is permitted at the discretion of council. However, there are a number of surrounding land uses and present which are industrial and direct control. The proposal complies with the size requirement of the land use bylaw as it exceeds the minimum requirement. Staff is recommending that council consider granting first reading to bylaw number 26-101 and proceed to a public hearing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Connolly. I'll open up the floor for discussion from council or the applicant I see is with us here this morning. Would you like to provide any input or remarks on this application?
Thank you, Reeve. Yes, this application came before council, and I believe there's two members present here that heard that application a little over a year ago. And at the time, RM Salvage had bought this property with the intent of having a depot in Rocky Mountain House. They've got several throughout Alberta and BC right now. And it was turned down because council didn't feel after the public hearing and hearing from the neighbors and that sort of thing that a salvage operation would be a good thing to put right at the entrance to the historic park, and turned it down. Things have changed. RM Salvage bought a lot out in Metal Dog, and we'd invite you to go out there and see their operation. It's very professional. One of the things that scared council last time was one of the photographs of their Edson operation, which they had just purchased, and it looked bad, and I can understand that. And what's happened since then, they took it over, rebuilt it, and it doesn't look at all like the picture on the internet showed at that time, eh? So that's why we're inviting you just to see how they do operate, and their operation in Metal Dog there it's not unsightly at all. It's very well organized, that sort of thing, and that's the way this company works. So what they're proposing to do here, though, has nothing to do with the recycling business part of it. They bought this land and they want to make use of it. If it remains agricultural, it's not really good for anything. If the storage facility that they're proposing would be at the west end of it there, so it would be at the entrance to the park, and they intend to the other side there, yeah. And they'd propose to adhere to any development standards that need to be done, like berms, trees, that sort of thing. So there'd be basically nothing to see from the highway. And the one thing that they would have to do is probably borrow some dirt or gravel from the south of the railway to build up the north side of the railway. And they do that with the engineering plan and all the provincial approvals in place in order to basically transfer some wetland from the north side of the tracks to the south side. There's wetland on both sides of the tracks right now. So they'd make that part between the tracks and the highway useful, and then leave the south end in more of its natural state. One thing that we haven't done yet, but they've talked about at RM Salvage, is to see if the parks are interested in maybe purchasing that part south of the highway, or south of the railway, so that they can incorporate it into the park as a buffer between the park and the railway, and then any industrial use that might happen on the north side of it as well. they've got absolutely no intention of ever developing south of the railway. And to kind of close it off, like this land has never, ever been agricultural. There's never been a crop grown on it. There's never been animals on it until, until 2005 when we subdivided it into that lot with 3 parts. It was railway land. And it had been since, I believe it was 1912 or something like that, the railway was surveyed in here. And it was part of course, the route that went to Nordegg. And it was the station grounds for Loch Earn. So over the years, the propane depot was built there, which is an industrial use. And taking the 2 parcels, one on either side of that propane depot would be a natural fit. There's also industrial use to the northeast of that where TNT has their yard. To the southwest, there's 2 gravel pits. And I believe, yeah, the hill pit is reclaimed. And I'm not sure about the one on the north side of the highway because it's screened from the highway. But that hill pit that Paderni's owns now is used as a rig lay down area. And people drive by it. It's not unsightly either, you know. I mean, it is an industrial use, granted, but that's the way the world works, you know. You put industrial by highways where there's access and it creates the least disturbance to the community. So we feel that in order to assist RM Salvage with developing these 2 pieces properly, land use change is appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Exman. I do have one question, and the balance of council, the floor is open for questions. Is it, for the business operations, is it necessary to have access to rail?
We're not sure at this time because we're not sure what business is going to be there. Like they're proposing a storage, but on the other side, who knows what it's going to be. And if a business along there needed rail, they would have to extend that spur line that goes to the propane depot right now. So it would be a cost. But yeah, that's one attractive part of it is being on the rail, that if somebody needs rail access, it's there already.
Great. Councillor Levin, go ahead.
This is Bulldog Metals, is that correct?
No, this is RM Salvage.
RM Salvage?
Yeah.
Well, you mentioned Bulldog earlier.
I did? Metal Dog.
Metal Dog, pardon me, Metal Dog, not Bulldog.
Yeah.
Metal Dog.
Yeah.
Okay,
Metal Dog is the industrial park by the airport.
okay.
Yeah.
Are they the same as the ones in Red Deer?
No,
No, okay,
no.
thank you.
No.
Deputy Reeve McKay, go ahead.
Thank you. I'm just curious about the requirements for this designation. Like if the intention is for storage, then redesignating this highway commercial would actually be more appropriate than industrial. So it seems like a redesignation of industrial would leave it open to possibly some business ventures that may not be wanted or approved of by residents.
Yeah, any development require a permit from the planning department, and the county's got guidelines to make it the amenities fit the area. They just felt industrial was the way they wanted to go. Do you have any comments on that, Braden? Or?
No, I don't. Like in fact, recreational vehicle storage is not even an exempt usage of industrial land. So it would seem that it's a rather strange choice if it's for storage.
Yeah, it may not be recreational vehicle storage. It may be like another rig lay down site, or maybe some bins. Yeah.
Bin storage they take up a lot of room, and we don't have that much room at our site at the Metal Dog location. So something for storing bins or a trailer would be useful there.
I see. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Cermak, go ahead.
Well, it's working now. Yeah, the other thing I was thinking about was the water. That's quite low land there, and there's water that drains through there. have you talked to the water resource people and stuff, or have you thought about how you're gonna mitigate maybe some contamination of storage of, let's say, vehicles or bins or stuff like that?
Yeah, absolutely, Councillor Cermak. We did do a contour plan on the west area here that shows where the drainage is.
Okay.
And before any development is anticipated, we'd be contacting engineers and water resources at the province in order to make sure that the development works to something that they would approve of. Absolutely.
Fantastic. That's one thing I was kind of concerned about, because there's quite a water flow through there.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, like I say, on both sides, I
Yes.
actually did a boundary survey for the parks here this summer. And I was trying to access the north boundary through RM Salvage's lot. And I got stopped up by wetland. And when I get stopped up, it's wet.
Yeah.
You know my quad with the tracks, right? So, so I did access it from the south side, which was somewhat better. And like I say, there is a fair bit of highland on the south side of the tracks too.
Okay.
And some of that material may be used to change the material on the north side. And basically, what you have to do, if you take away wetlands, then you have to either replace it or pay a penalty.
Yep.
And they would be looking at replacing the lands on the north side that's wet with lands on the south side that's high right now, and then it would be wetlands for natural, habitat.
Yeah, I was just concerned about what flow there, because
Yeah.
it could end up in the national park, and that's one thing we certainly don't want, is any contamination going into that national park.
Right, no, absolutely,
And
that would be at the
And I see that
forefront
you've
of any
looked into
development.
that,
Yeah,
so I really do appreciate that. Thank you.
thank you.
Mr. Connolly, do you have comments, or
I just had a couple points to add.
go ahead, please?
But prior to the public hearing, we will send referrals to the environment. And then discretionary uses in the industrial district are recreational vehicle storage and outdoor storage. So either use would be going to the planning commission for a decision. So administration would have conditions, and then the commission could add more conditions that they felt was needed.
Thank you for that, Mr. Connolly. That was actually one of my questions, that this agenda item will be deferred or referred to the Municipal Planning Commission for input and comments, which Councillors Humphrey, myself, and Councillors Powell currently sit on the Municipal Planning Commission. So this will be sent there as a referral.
This will also go there for a referral and for the development permit if that goes through.
Okay, excellent. Thank you, Mr. Connolly. Councillor Levin, go ahead.
Yes, what is the anticipated increase in traffic volume, and what type of traffic would it be? Semi-trucks, body jobs?
Yeah, it would be
trucks?
very little. Like how often would you be moving bins out of there?
Typically, our bins are gonna be out. This is for in the scenario that, summer comes to a close and lots of projects are finishing, we would get a few bins back. So we would take these bins there, it would more or less be minimal traffic.
Okay, and which route would you take if this went forward, which route would you take to get to that point? Would you go right through town, or would you go around Highway 11?
I would go past on Highway 11, staying out of town. It's just easier as a semi-truck operator to go around town.
Thank you.
Okay, if there's no further discussion, we'd be looking for a motion for first reading or further discussion on this matter. Clarification, Councillor McCauley, go ahead.
I make the recommendation that staff or council consider granting first reading to bylaw number 26/101 and proceed to a public hearing.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor from Councillor McCauley that council grant first reading to bylaw 26/101 and proceed to a public hearing. That is the motion on the floor. Seeing no further discussion, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that motion is supported by council unanimously. Moving on to item, thank you for coming into council this morning. Moving on in our agenda to item 4.2, bylaw 26/102, fire and rescue services on page 27. I'd like to welcome Deputy Chief Stewart. Good morning and welcome.
Morning, Council. Everyone's ready to proceed? Okay. Good morning, Evening Council. Here on behalf of Chief Hemrick, Director of Emergency Services, presenting bylaw 26/012 as amended by Council's, I believe, July 27th strategic planning meeting. I just need to find my place here. My apologies. So for background, Council, July 27th, 2026, the Strategic Planning Committee of the Whole meeting, Emergency Services presented the new Fire Rescue Services Bylaw, number 26/102. After deliberations of the committee, Council approved the Fire Rescue Services Bylaw with amendments that align the fire permit requirements with the Forest and Prairie Protection Act fire season, specifically from March 1st to October 31st of each year. The amendment has been made, resulting in the following changes. The addition of the fire season definition, clarity written to the Fire Rescue Services Bylaw under section 15.5, clarifying when a fire permit is not required and specifying conditions of what is acceptable to burn outside the fire season and stating notification requirements. Supporting statements and clarification on the fire permit requirements for fire rescue services under section 16.1, specifically clarifying the fire season. Attached is a red line text version of the bylaw that shows the changes after the Strategic Planning Committee's deliberations. Also, if council were to approve this bylaw today, it would repeal bylaw 106920, which is the Legacy Fire Rescue Services and Fire Control bylaw. As well, there is another item for council on condition of this bylaw 26/102 being approved, that there would need to be revisions and repeal of certain sections, specifically section 8 of the Village of Caroline's Community Standards bylaw as well. So if council remembers strategic planning meeting, we spoke, not at length, but we spoke about fire services request to modernize our fire rescue services bylaw here in Clearwater County, specifically adding sections clarifying sale use of fireworks, transitioning from only requiring notification to an actual fire permit system. We had originally requested an annual permitting system with good discussion with council and clarity to landowners. We decided to ask for an amendment to change the structure of this bylaw to more closely align to Alberta wildfires fire season of March 1st to October 31st. That is a large concern for us in Clearwater County and to our residents of the fire protection area boundary, and whether a neighbor can burn on one side versus a neighbor on the other side that cannot. This fire bylaw definitely does align with the Forest and Prairie Protection Act and make it a lot more understandable for residents. Legal did again tell us to remove specific language around burnable debris or prohibited debris, which would be clarified in county policy and be the forward-facing component when people are applying for burn permits, so that would be very clear on what burnable debris is. Essentially, we left the bylaw written in a way that if the province were to change their legislation and add things to prohibited debris or remove things prohibited debris, we wouldn't have to amend the bylaw. We could simply amend county policy and change that forward-facing information. Again, council, what administration is requesting today is that council reviews bylaw 26/102, complete with amendments, and grants first and second readings and permission for third reading of bylaw 26/012.
Thank you, Deputy Chief. I do have one question, and the floor again is open up for council for discussion or comments, questions. Just for clarity and the difference between crown lands and forest protection area. There's a lot of people that have privately owned land that fall within the forest protection area, but I think sometimes there could be a confusion that maybe it's forest protection area is considered as crown land, but it actually extends out quite significantly onto privately owned land in Clearwater County. I was just wondering if you could provide a little bit of information and clarity for that for the viewers watching.
Of course, Reeve, great question. The forest protection area is a boundary set under the Forest and Prairie Protection Act, specifically following man-made and natural features through the province that allows the province to be the authority having jurisdiction for forest management inside that area, including wildfire management and permitting purposes, as where crown land is a term used for government-owned property at really any provincial level. That can be provincially property, that can be federal lands. There is private property within the forest protection area that is owned by private landowners. For an example, the Clearwater River is part of the forest protection area boundary. Anything west of the Clearwater River, from the Clearwater store, the Clearwater Trading Post, up to where the Clearwater meets the North Saskatchewan River, is inside the forest protection area. But there's large tracts of private land in that area that is privately owned. Essentially, that is some of the challenges with how we administer burn permitting systems and authorities having jurisdictions for wildfires, for an example, fire bans and fire restrictions. Although it may be private land within Clearwater County because it is within the Forest and Prairie Protection Act, that resides within the forest protection area, the province is actually the authority having jurisdiction for fire permitting, fire bans, fire restrictions, fire advisories, and wildfire management. As we're just east of that river, that sole discretion lies with Clearwater County. So there is some very interesting overlapping of jurisdiction, specifically around fire permitting, fire bans, and fire response in those areas, around wildfire specifically and wildland firefighting fuels. And that is where a lot of confusion comes in, and one of the big reasons why we wanted to revise this bylaw to make it more clear for landowners. Crown land is not necessarily describing the forest and prairie or the forest protection area. That is a totally separate boundary.
Thank you for that. Deputy Reeve McKay, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Reeve. Just have a question regarding the dates under fire permits, and then a follow-up question after that. But in 16.1, it states that fire permits will be required during fire season from March 1st. Should that not be May 1st? If no permit is required from November 1st till April 30th, why would a permit be required from March 1st?
Stand by, Councillor. I'm just finding that section here, and that may be a revision that needs to be done to this bylaw. The fire season is clarified as March 1st to October 31st. Outside the fire season, November 1st to April 30th. That should say that April 30th should be brought back to the end of February, for an example. So that is actually an error in this bylaw. The fire season, November 1st to April 30th, notifications for burns prior to ignition must be made to the county. I believe that that's an error in the bylaw that would need to be revised before being approved. The fire season is March 1st to October 31st, and that is when permitting would take place if this fire permit was approved. That is when Alberta wildfire permits for. So anytime outside of March 1st to October 31st would be outside the fire season, and we would be asking for a notification and not a permit in that period of time.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. Now that said, since it is March 1st, historically, a lot of ag producers are used to burning in March. Like I would say 98% of the burns done in this county are done in March. How are we gonna relay to ag producers that they can no longer do that and they now require a permit to burn in March? That's gonna require a significant media campaign. And we're gonna have to probably allow at least 1 year, if not more, of, reduction in fines or warnings instead of fines or something. Like we can't just we can't just change that when people have been doing it literally for 100 years. So that, I guess that's a big concern that's been brought forward from the community that I wanted to express. And is there a plan to deal with that?
Deputy McKay and council, yes, and completely understanding that this is a change that will impact folks in our county that burn every year, specifically the agricultural and forest industries. Our plan of this year, being that we are not past October 31st of this year, if council were to approve this bylaw, the intent and the plan was to not bring permitting into force until next March 1st, after a significant media campaign, public communications to go out with to our landowners, to our industries. For an example, we would not enact the permitting portion in 2026. We would bring this into effect in March 1st, 2027. Because of that specific reason. We also have new software to manage permitting that is just being put into place now. It would be intended to be ready for next year, not for the remainder of this year. And enforcement of this bylaw is the discretion of the fire service based on us engaging our community peace officers for bylaw enforcement. So because we're bringing in fines or municipal tags with this bylaw, that is at our discretion to fine and enforce those pieces. So we can definitely and intend to give forgiveness for education purposes for landowners that may not have received the news in time. We expect that to be the case. We do a ton of education now with landowners, even inside the forest protection area to this effect specifically. It happens today. The interesting piece is that outside the forest protection area, we have a lot of miscommunication with the public when they're asking for burn notifications, whether they need permits or not. It is very confusing. So I believe this will actually be easier to educate the public. It will be basically one source of truth, whether you need a permit based on time of the year or not, regardless of where you live in Clearwater County, as opposed to having two standards based on a line that nobody can see other than on a map. So I believe this will bring more clarity over time. There will need to be education for sure, that is the plan, and that we would not start the permitting process until March 1st of 2027. After that public media campaign would be assisted us with corporate communications, et cetera. It would be a large portion of what we would do if this bylaw was approved between now and then.
Thank you for that. And lastly, just to follow up on that, the permit itself, is the intention for it to only be available online? Or do we have another option?
The intent is for the majority of them to be handled online, but we will always have the option for folks to call emergency services where our administrative staff would be able to assist individuals with completing the permitting process online. So essentially we can build the permit for them in the new system over the phone. That is an option for sure that we intend to maintain for as long as it's a need or a demand by the public.
I ask that because there are many older residents that would possibly be burning a brush pile or something, would not have
Of course.
access. Okay. Thank you very much.
Councillor Humphrey, go ahead.
Yes, I still have an issue with what section is it for fire pits?
Councillor Humphreys, that would be near the top where it defines fire pits here. My apologies, I will find it for you.
I had it earlier, but I'm bouncing around here. Ah, there it is, yes.
So there's really two places. There's one in definitions, what describes a fire pit, and then there is a full section with more details.
Right, and my concern with this is, I understand for hamlets, that kind of thing, but for our ag sector to be putting all this, where it says height does not exceed 60 centimeters, so what's that? That's 2 feet. Can't be over 2 feet, can't be a meter in width. To have all those in there already, where most of the county is already outside of that. Many residents in the county will take a, be it a well cribbing or a culvert or a tank of some kind and cut a ring out of it, and that's their fire pit. And it might be 2 feet high, it might be 3 feet high, but it might be 5 feet across. So for us to put that limit in there, and I know this was talked about prior when we were in our strategic planning and it's always been like that. But just because it's always been like that doesn't make it right, and it hasn't been enforced. It's still something that I believe should be addressed and removed from there. That, again, we could have it for our hamlets or our subdivisions, but when you get out to the ag sector, I just don't believe it should be in there. I don't know, I'd be looking for some ideas and thoughts on it from the rest of council, but if we go with that, half the fire pits in the county aren't legal according to this, and to just say, well, that's okay, I think we should have something to say. Somebody's not gonna come along one day and say, oh, your fire pit's 4 feet, you need to remove it. We shouldn't be putting in something that already doesn't fit for where all the counties, or where a large portion of the county residents have that in place. And if they've been having fire pits in it for the last 40 years and hasn't been an issue, I don't know why we would make it an issue now.
Deputy Chief, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Councillor Thulereeve. I completely understand the sentiment, and it is a complex issue for sure. Our previous bylaw, like you said, does have stipulations on what a legal fire pit looks like in Clearwater County, and to this date, we have not enforced that unless there's been a significant incident where that fire pit was, through an investigation, determined the cause of a major fire that left a property and caused significant damage, where there was some kind of cost recovery, injury, and or death. Really, the language in this new bylaw is less restrictive on fire pits than our previous bylaw. So we've actually, in the spirit of aligning the language in Clearwater County's bylaw, because if council can see the picture of our county, it's about 1/5 of our county where this bylaw solely applies. The other 4/5 of the county is in the forest protection area, and the language that's in this current bylaw mimics the province's language around approved fire pits in the forest protection area. So as of today, 4/5 of Clearwater County is required to follow this standard for a fire pit. Only the eastern portion of Clearwater County outside the forest protection area, which is about 1/5 of our area land-wise, falls solely under the discretion of old bylaw 1069. This bylaw change would actually make the same rule apply east to west, north to south across Clearwater County for what a legal fire pit looks like. And we have no intention of inspecting or capacity to inspect fire pits on private property. It's really the fact that we need a definition in the bylaw of what a legal fire pit is, so that if there is a major incident that's causing some kind of significant property damage, injury, loss of life, where an investigation proves that that was the origin and cause of that fire, that we have some way to recover costs and to enforce penalties under the bylaw. If we don't have a definition of a legal fire pit across the board in Clearwater County, that's where, if that situation were to happen, we wouldn't have any way of enforcing that that was a fire hazard or a fire risk that caused the fire that was not legal in the first place to have. So really, understanding the sentiment, we have not to this day enforced fire pits unless there's been a significant emergency where that's been deemed as the problem, or people are burning illegally during a fire ban or fire restriction. Normally what happens is we instruct them to extinguish the fire, and that's really where today it stops, because we don't have any teeth in our current bylaw to enforce any penalty whatsoever outside the forest protection area. And this actually gives county residents a consistent definition of a fire pit across the entire county.
So have we had, an issue with a fire pit. I've never heard of one where a fire pit started. Somebody was having a fire in their backyard fire pit and it burnt the area down. Did that
Yes,
happen?
yes, we have. I can't speak specifically to dates and times today, but in my 10 years here with Clearwater Regional Fire Rescue Services, we've had many fires that have either originated from a fire pit in someone's backyard. We've had them in the town of Rocky Mountain House specifically, where we've lost up to 3 homes from a fire pit not being attended, extending in someone's backyard to 3 properties. We've had them where burn barrels have caused repeat responses to the same property 3-4 times over the course of 2 years, where someone using a burn barrel incorrectly or not extinguishing it, not monitoring it, has caused a wildfire that has left their property and burned onto adjacent landowners' properties, damaged structures. That has happened in Clearwater County for sure.
I'm still just not good with that 1 meter size when we know it's not, doesn't fit for a lot of the residents, so I have an issue with that.
And just for clarity, that is a consistent size across the entire province of Alberta for the entire forest protection area. Any municipality that you can find a fire bylaw for, which is the majority of municipalities in Alberta that have fire control bylaws that stipulate sizes and restrictions on fire pits, that is a consistent size. And that's because that comes from the forest protection area specifically. It is consistent across provinces as well too. It's a fire service standard of that 3 feet by 3 feet by 3 feet, or that 1 square or 1 cubic meter in size of burning material as a manageable size for any competent adult to control and extinguish effectively in most settings. Essentially, there is a standard there. We're not going outside or deviating from municipal or industry best practice across the board in Canada, let alone in the province of Alberta.
Yeah, it might be the standard. I still don't think it's right. I mean, just because a guy has a fire pit that was bigger doesn't mean he's building it a fire that big, if you know what I'm saying.
Correct. We do have the ability under this bylaw to permit larger sized pits. For an example, there's many commercial or not-for-profit organizations. Visited one yesterday with Alberta. There is a fire pit that would not meet this standard, but variances do exist. If there is a pit that is larger in size that they can prove meets the intent of the bylaw and we go out and permit it, we have the discretion to do that. We can issue a permit for something that is larger than what is in this pit or in this bylaw.
So they would have to get a permit every time they had a fire in their fire pit?
Well, I mean, they could get, similar to a burn barrel. A burn barrel is larger than the 3 feet by 3 feet. A brush pile is bigger than the 3 feet by 3 feet. Burn barrels can have a standing fire permit for the year. We can issue a fire permit in March 1st that is good for the entire year for them, for that burn barrel once it's deemed that it meets the standard. There's a potential that we can do that as well. We could permit a fire pit as long as it had the grading on it and it met the size. That would create a significant administrative burden for the fire services for sure. Something again that we
sounds like more red tape, and I don't think we want that.
I would tend to agree with council. I don't believe that we want to endeavor down the path of permitting things outside of this. Again, the intent of having the definition in here is if you have a fire of that size, you do not require a fire permit. If you have a fire in a pit that meets this bylaw, you don't have to have a fire permit. You can burn as long as there's no restriction or ban in that pit, burnable debris, whenever you so choose, without requesting a fire permit. It's only if you endeavor to burn something larger than that size in something that is not considered an acceptable pit where you would need a fire permit. So we're not saying folks can't do that, but this bylaw would say that if they were burning in something that doesn't meet the standard of an acceptable pit, and we responded to that to that home for a fire that escaped their fire pit, that they may be fined under this bylaw for having a pit that doesn't meet the standard.
Do you have any
Yeah,
further
I-
comments, Councillor Humphrey?
Still, like, I know there's residents out there that have fire pits, they've had them for years. And just seems to me like we're setting up something that you might not, but down the road, somebody might come in and go, you know, I don't like the color of his hair, his fire pit's too big. I think we should just not have that as being an issue, whether it be a grandfather clause or what, there has to be some way around an issue like that for existing, rather than just saying, well, I wouldn't do that, but the next guy might. Just, I think there should be something in here to address that issue. We know it's there. So I think we should address it, not sweep it under the rug and say we won't. And then if it does happen, we've got residents that are basically mad because they've been burning in this fire pit in their backyard for their whole life and now they have to change it. Just, I think we should address it somehow. I'm looking for some way to, rather than saying we won't, but we might.
I'd have to.
I don't like we won't, but we might.
And Councillor, I understand the request and I understand the sentiment. I would endeavor to probably speak with legal on if we could put some kind of clause in the bylaw where existing fire pits that don't meet the standard of this bylaw could be exempt, and only new fire pits going forward would have to meet the standard. The complexity would be is that our current bylaw that has been in place for over a decade already makes those pits you're speaking about illegal in Clearwater County. This change is not going to make pits illegal. This change will actually probably make some pits legal that weren't before, because it's less restrictive than the current legislation that we have, or current bylaw we have in place in Clearwater County. This change does not make a pit that's legal today illegal. That would not be the case in Clearwater County at all. The current language in the draft bylaw is less restrictive than the current language in our current bylaw that is in force today.
Go ahead, Councillor Humphrey.
It would not make it illegal then for,
There's no Clearwater County that is in place anywhere today that is not already illegal that this bylaw would make illegal, is what I'm saying. The new language is less restrictive than the current language, so this change would not make a whole bunch more fire pits in Clearwater County illegal by any means. So if we were to try and endeavor to build some language into this bylaw, I don't know how, I'd have to speak with legal on what that would look like, because I don't know how we could do that with a current bylaw already in place that would make the pits you're speaking about legal. Because our current bylaw in place already makes them illegal. And the intent really, I wanna refocus on the intent of having a standard in the bylaw so that we have a benchmark in case something happens. We can't not have a definition in the bylaw of what's legal as a fire pit. If we don't have that definition, all of the penalties and fees in the bottom of this bylaw that would relate to somebody having an uncontrolled fire get away from them on their property would be unenforceable. And then the entire intent of this bylaw outside of the fireworks portion, for example, would essentially become unenforceable. And if it was challenged in any court of law, we would be directed that those portions of this bylaw would be unenforceable. So we do need language in here that stipulates what is legal. Could we change that to something larger? Of course, we can. But we selected the language in this bylaw to make it consistent for Clearwater County landowners. If we have a different definition of a legal fire pit in this bylaw, that would mean that 1/5 of Clearwater County has a different definition of what's legal, and the other 4/5 are still legally responsible to follow what's in the Forest and Prairie Protection Act. That's the complexity in our county, is that the province of Alberta is responsible for telling us what's a legal fire pit in most of Clearwater County.
So we need to take this up a notch. To
And,
the province.
and with the amount of caused wildfires in Alberta, I don't believe there would be any appetite to make it less restrictive for burning in the forest protection area. If not, if they reopen that bylaw, you would probably see year-round fire permitting be one of the first things that would happen. You would probably see more restrictions around what you can burn, when, and why. It's not a problem that's getting easier to manage in the province of Alberta. And this is one of the reasons why we brought this bylaw forward, is we are seeing the same challenges outside the forest protection area that the province is seeing inside the forest protection area, with more larger wildfires, the vast majority of them human caused, escaping our ability to put them out quickly because of weather patterns and weather conditions that we're dealing with. And this is the entire intent of this bylaw, is to increase the safety standard for Clearwater County residents while not making it restrictive that people can enjoy the rural lifestyle here in Clearwater County. I also love to have a campfire in my backyard, and I live in the forest protection area west of Dovercourt. And I understand that there's different laws that I need to follow that my neighbor a few miles to the east across the Clearwater doesn't need to follow today.
Yeah, and I totally understand all of this. This thing just jumped out, and because I know there are situations where it just doesn't fit. And I understand we've been in a drought basically for the last 8 years, so we're dry as can be out there, and my hat's off to you guys for the job you do with our fire protection. So, and I understand why we're doing this. I just had some questions, so I'm still not sure how I feel about it. Guess that's why I'm sitting in this seat, is to try and sort things out for the residents of Clearwater County, and I'm one of them, so try and make it make sense.
Thank you, Councillor Humphrey. What I'm hearing through this discussion, and this is a really important discussion regarding fire pits for the residents of Clearwater County, I hear from Councillor Humphrey that he does not want to create any additional red tape or any burdensome legislation or policy or bylaws that could have negative impacts on community members. And I think all of council would agree with that. I also am hearing from the Deputy Fire Chief that there are already current bylaws in place that have restrictions and size requirements on existing fire pits. I do believe that the landscape of Clearwater County has also changed. We have many more short-term rentals and different users coming to the municipality. We have more campsites that have been designated on private land where we have more users. We've had, so that has changed the users of fire pits, and fire does have an impact, especially when you have a wildfire event in the community. Burn notifications versus fire permits. We've already had many people in the community that have used the burn notification process. It would just be now, rather than a burn notification, more of a fire. It would be a permit. So with that being said, there are some council members that would like to provide comments, and we'll start with Councillor Letwin.
Yes, if you had a fire pit, got out of control on you, and burnt down your place and the neighbor's place, you would charge them or fine them, is that correct?
Councilor Letwin, great question, and it's a complex one. It depends on where you are in Clearwater County.
Okay.
If that happens in the forest protection area and there was some kind of negligence or, you know, a fire pit that didn't meet the standard or somebody wasn't attending the burn, under the Forest and Prairie Protection Act, there's actually quite heavy penalties for that. Up to where that landowner can be, billed for the entire cost of the response.
What about on your private property? That's what I was.
Even on your private property, if you're in the forest protection area, if you have a fire that gets off your property and extends, and there's any kind of wildfire response, that if that wildfire response officer deems that there was some type of negligence or breach of the Forest and Prairie Protection Act, you could be fined under the Forest and Prairie Protection Act, and you could also be billed for the cost of the response, which can be, on wildfire incidents, astronomical. There's been some very hefty bills to private landowners in other parts of the county, in the millions of dollars, to recover costs for wildfire response based on air tankers and helicopters and heavy equipment and crews. There's also civil liability for that person they would carry, where adjacent landowners and insurance companies could, you know, essentially through the civil law, try and recover damages and losses. Yes, you can be fined. Outside the forest protection area in Clearwater County, our current bylaw and the language in this bylaw allows us as discretion to bill landowners. We do not bill for fire response for fires that are not negligible in nature. We can cost recover through insurance if we have the avenue to do that. This bylaw specifically states in the fees and services in the bottom when we would bill and when we would not. That aligns with our current county bylaw as well, 1069. There is a specific section that talks about wildfires inside and outside the forest protection area. I think Jan is looking for it for us right now.
I guess where I'm going with this one is if you did find residents with insurance that had insurance and they were fined for neglect or whatever you'd find them with, their insurance would be null and void, wouldn't it?
No.
No?
It depends on your insurance,
Okay.
but personal liability insurance is in a lot of cases not necessarily no-fault insurance. Sometimes your insurance will cover it, other times it will not. It depends solely on the insurance provider and your policy. But in certain situations, yes, that is the case. You could be insured, and if you were doing something negligent, your insurance company could hold you responsible and not cover those costs.
Very good, thank you.
Councillor Powell, go ahead.
I was just gonna make a motion that council grants first reading to bylaw 26-102, complete with amendments.
Okay. We have a motion on the floor from Councillor Powell to grant first reading to bylaw 26/102. Deputy Reeve McKay, go ahead.
Thanks, Reeve. And just quickly before we vote on that motion, just regarding fireworks, a fireworks permit is being required year-round now. I don't believe that was part of any other previous discussions that we had.
Deputy Reeve, that was not changed. That was original language in the bylaw. I'd have to clarify with Chief Hemrick when he's back or with Wildfire, but I believe that fireworks permits specifically are required in the FPA year-round. Fireworks are handled separately than recreational fires and burning because there's a portion of the Explosives Act that applies, where it includes sale and storage as well. So not only does the user in the forest protection area today, if you buy fireworks in Edmonton and drive to Clearwater County and decide you want to discharge fireworks at the out by the Ram River in the FPA, you require a fire permit today from Alberta Forestry.
Right, and I understand that, but this isn't only applying to the FPA, this is applying to all
Across the board.
Clearwater County.
Correct, yeah.
So to tell someone on the east side of Clearwater County that they require a permit for fireworks for New Year's Eve when there's 3 feet of snow on the ground, ridiculous isn't the right word to describe that.
Understood, Councillor, and I can clarify that. I believe that fireworks permits are required year-round in the FPA today.
Right, in the fire protection area, for sure.
And part of the reason why the language says that in this bylaw was to align with what the province is doing so. Again, we don't have two standards depending on where you live in Clearwater County. And part of the permitting with fireworks isn't necessarily around just the fire risk, it's around the human danger as well. There is a lot of injuries and deaths annually in Canada and the United States due to improper use of recreational fireworks. It's probably, the commercial grade fireworks shows are less so problematic. Usually you have pyrotechnicians, standards, experts dealing with them, but it's the ability for somebody to buy fireworks at their store and drive out west and set off a whole bunch of fireworks in vicarious ways, that we see lots of injuries, serious injuries, significant injuries, losses of limbs, losses of vision, things like that. So part of the permitting on fireworks isn't necessarily just the fire hazard, it's also the safety and human risk to them. They may not create a wildfire, but they may cause a structure fire based on how you're discharging them, how you store them, things like that. They can create undue fire risk and explosion risks if they're stored at length. So it's not essentially just the wildfire risk on why we'd be permitting fireworks. There's other risks there as well on why that's an annual permitting process and not just, this bylaw isn't specifically around the wildfire risk in Clearwater County. This is the fire services bylaw that handles everything we deal with, not specific to wildfire risks. The fire permitting for fireworks is not solely on the wildfire risk. So understanding there's no risk for a wildfire for New Year's when you're discharging fireworks, there's other risks on why we would permit them annually. And for clarity's sake, the Explosives Act changes 2 years ago, came into force, and basically in Canada, if a municipality doesn't have a fireworks bylaw or a bylaw allowing fireworks to be sold or discharged, they're actually blanketly illegal. So currently, our current fire control bylaw does not allow the use of fireworks at all because there's nothing in there that speaks about it. So the Explosives Act is now in force, which means that everywhere that sells fireworks today in Clearwater County, anybody discharging fireworks anywhere in Clearwater County today is doing so technically illegally because we don't have a bylaw permitting their use. So this actually cleans that piece up. This was something that I believe previous fire administration was attempting to get in front of council for some time now, is that since the changes of the Explosives Act at the federal level, fireworks use in Clearwater County is essentially becoming illegal until we put a system in place here that allows their use. So this would actually now increase administratively the fact that we would need to go and permit the places that are selling them. We would need to permit those places, would need to have a structure in place for requiring checking age of who is buying the fireworks. And then they would have to have a permit from us to discharge them, which in that case, if we were to put a restriction or a ban on, we could then contact those individuals and say you no longer can discharge your fireworks because the fire risk is too high. But as it stands today, if any law enforcement agency catches somebody discharging fireworks in Clearwater County, they can fine them today because it is technically illegal under the Explosives Act because we don't have a bylaw permitting their use.
Thank you for that, Deputy Chief. So the discharging of fireworks in the past or by any resident in Clearwater County has done so illegally, but that's correct?
Correct, yeah.
As of 2 years ago, allegedly.
Go ahead, Deputy Reeve.
I'm not familiar with the National Explosive Act. I mean, I'm not registered. But to believe that fireworks that can be purchased at any store in Clearwater County, literally any store, and any store across the entire province, are now illegal, I find that tough. And the fact that we're going back to the argument that unless we say it's legal, it's illegal, that's a very tough position to negotiate from. Especially with
I
the
understand, Reeve, that this was a massive discussion at the Alberta Fire Chiefs Association for the last many years. It is an NRCan direction when they changed the Explosives Act that made it very clear on that specific law enforcement agencies were the only agencies allowed to enforce the Explosives Act. They pulled it out of the National Fire Code and put it into the Explosives Act. There were some very large code changes at the national level when Alberta in 2019 adopted the National Fire Code, and now the 2023 Alberta edition of the National Fire Code, where they removed everything but storage of fireworks out of the fire code and took it out of the municipality's hands on to manage at the fire inspection level. Those changes put into motion a situation legally where unless the municipality in Canada has a bylaw allowing fireworks to be sold, stored, and discharged, that they were not legal to be sold, stored, and discharged. And that was the legal opinion based on the changes to the codes, also the fire code and the National Explosives Act. And it's been a massive discussion at the Alberta Fire Chiefs and the Office of the Fire Commissioner levels across the country, specifically here in Alberta. And I understand we live in a province where there is a lot of acts that are unenforced today, that exist. There's a lot of law in place that are completely unenforced or enforced very little, especially in rural Alberta. The province is being a lot less sympathetic to rural municipalities for not enforcing things like the building code, the fire code, the Explosives Act. And we are in a position of liability when we do not enforce provincial and national legislation. We are in that position of liability. The intent of this bylaw is to try and close some of those liability gaps for Clearwater County and start to align with our partners in the province, specifically the Forest and Protection Area, so that our residents have one standard set of rules to follow and they're not flipping through multiple documents based on where they live to figure out if something's legal or not. That is the intent. I can definitely find some more detail on the fireworks portion and provide some clarity to council at a future council meeting as well on those changes and how they impact the county. We can get separate legal opinion as well if that's the desire of council.
Thank you, and I truly do appreciate the intention of creating an act that is equal across the county. I understand that. However, the overreach that has found its way into this act, whether intentional or not, really puts this council in a very difficult position. Because for me to explain that now anyone just using recreational fireworks such as Roman candles, which we all know are incapable of harming anyone, is now illegal in Clearwater County because we created a bylaw that said it is.
Just for clarity, this bylaw actually permits the use with a permit.
Well, with a permit.
Yeah.
But
Where do you go for a permit? Same place that somebody would get a fire permit for burning a brush pile. You would receive it. If you're in the forest protection area today, you have to go to Alberta Forestry and request a fireworks permit.
I don't need a permit to burn a brush pile the size of your house in December. But now I need a permit to use recreational fireworks on New Year's.
Yes, correct. That is how the bylaw is written.
If I
I'm
may,
not saying that.
Deputy Chief, I just have one question. So with the fireworks, they were illegal, like 365 days of the year prior to, they were illegal,
Allegedly,
right?
but
So
they're
now
still sold here.
they're sold, but discharging them was illegal. But now you would be able to obtain a permit to discharge fireworks?
Correct. As of today, with the current bylaw in place, the only place that we have authority to manage anything to do with fireworks in Clearwater County is either the province through Alberta Forestry, whenever somebody wants to discharge fireworks in their forest protection area, or through fire inspections of those places that are selling them. We can tell them whether or not they're storing them correctly as per the fire code. The Explosives Act today requires those people selling them to take a license for whoever's selling them, take their name and their phone number, all kinds of things. I'm not sure if that's being enforced at all. This wouldn't be our intention either, but there's other pieces in the Explosives Act that I'm sure are not being followed across the province of Alberta, not just in Clearwater County, that came into force when they changed the Explosives Act and the fire code.
I have one more question, and I absolutely understand where Deputy Reeve McKay is coming from. With the permitting process for fireworks, with the number of CRA and CR parcels that have been subdivided in the past, when now a permit is being requested, would it consider neighboring agricultural operations and impacts on livestock for the discharging of those fireworks? Because they can have an impact on cattle or livestock. So would that be considered in the permit? So with the number of small parcel holders potentially setting off firework display, having a negative impact on a cattle producer, for instance, would that be considered in the permitting process?
It can definitely be part of our policy on how we consider fireworks permits in Clearwater County if that was a priority of council, for sure. We could look at that, and based on approving a lot of these permits, if there's no wildfire risk at the time, would be essentially automatically approved, subject to size and what they're burning.
Okay. No, I just wanted to bring the awareness to that. It's sometimes said in the past that it's you'd have the right to do what you want on your land, but sometimes doing on your land does have a negative impact or an impact on the neighboring landowner. So with that said, we do have a motion on the floor for first reading from Councillor Powell to grant first reading to bylaw 26/102. Seeing no further discussion on that item, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And those opposed? Okay, that motion is supported for first reading. Moving on to further discussion or motion for second reading to bylaw number 26/102. Councillor Cermak.
Do I understand this correctly, that 1/5 of our county is more restrictive than 4/5 of our county at the present time in our fire bylaw?
Councillor Cermak, specifically when it comes to fire pit size and construction, yes. This bylaw is actually less restrictive. The language in this bylaw is less restrictive than our current bylaw in place. However, we are not the authority having jurisdiction for what a fire pit looks like in 4/5 of our county. Rough numbers based on the size of the eastern portion that's outside the FPA. The majority of our population, therefore, in Clearwater County is in that 1/5 of the county that is outside the forest protection area. But the other portions of Clearwater County are less restrictive for fire pits, for sure. They are more restrictive currently for permitting. They are more restrictive for fines and penalties based on negligent burning or burning during a ban or a restriction. The Forest and Prairie Protection Act is very clear, and it is enforced by Alberta Wildfire quite frequently in the western portions of Clearwater County for things like that. But their pit description is less restrictive than our current bylaw is. So this language in this new bylaw would bring us into alignment with the rest of the county for fire pits, for permitting, for fees and penalties.
I thank you for bringing that forward, to making our county the same, whether you live in a green area or if you live in the farming area.
And this here, the map that's pulled up is the difference. So essentially, the yellow area is outside the forest protection area. The brown area is within it. We are the sole authority having jurisdiction for everything fire in that yellow area. We are the authority having jurisdiction for structure fires, vehicle fires in the brown area. But when it comes to wildland fires, fire permitting for burning, and fees and fines related to the Forest and Prairie Protection Act, that brown area, Alberta Forestry and Parks is the authority having jurisdiction. And right now we have two sets of rules based on brown and yellow, and we're trying to make them consistent across the board. That red line that roughly from the south follows Highway 22, just south of Crammond. It sneaks across to the east of 22 and steals a portion of timber there. It comes up to just south of Caroline and runs west to essentially just south of Highway 22, comes up and follows the Clearwater River all the way into Rocky Mountain House, and then north of Rocky jags out to Panoka County essentially is the boundary. So there's some very recognizable features. It's very easy to enforce along the Clearwater. Do you live west or east of the Clearwater River, north of Rocky Mountain House, south of Caroline? You can live on a range road and your neighbor across the street can or can't burn and you can or can't, or they will have a fine and you won't, or they can have a pit this way and you can't. So it's very confusing for residents and landowners for sure.
Thank you for making it the same for the whole county. I think it's important. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilor Turmack. At this point in time, we've had a significant amount of discussion regarding fireworks, fire pits, a lot of discussion on bylaw 26102, fire rescue services bylaw, on item 4.2 on today's agenda. But at this point in time, we're going to take a 10-minute recess and we'll return at 10:25. Welcome back from our recess, and welcome back to the Clearwater County Regular Council meeting for August 25th, 2026. We've had significant discussion on item 4.2, Bylaw 26102 for Fire Rescue Service Bylaw. First reading was passed on this bylaw, and I'll continue to open the floor for discussion and potential motions for second reading. Councillor Humphrey, go ahead, please. No comments from Councillor Humphrey? Go ahead, Councillor.
Yes, seeing as I do have it,
Go ahead.
have the mic. It just seems like we want to keep in mind that our county, I'm not sure on the exact numbers, but as you can see, that yellow area, that's 1/5 of the area, but it's probably 90% or more of the population. So, and we seem to be worried a lot about making it all the same for the whole county. And I'm not sure that's really an issue we need to worry about. We should maybe think more about what is the effect to all of our residents, or the majority of our residents. Because yeah, we live in a huge county, but the fire protection area encompasses, as has been said, like 4/5 or larger, but our population is largely centered in the yellow portions of that. And the stuff we're talking about and deciding on here today is affecting 90% of our population. And I just feel we maybe need to have a little more time and a little more time on the drawing board for some of these issues.
Thank you, Councillor Humphrey. I'm going to defer to CAO Simpson. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. Reeve. I want to throw 3 words out in front of council that should maybe help, I would hope, set your minds at ease on the application of this bylaw. One being negligence, one being the reasonable standard, and one being enforcement, because all of the conversations that we're having back and forth deal in those 3 key areas. While it's been mentioned many times that the brown area has a predefined reasonable standard and the yellow area has actually a tougher reasonable standard under the current bylaw respecting, say, fire pit sizes, the reasonable standard that we're trying to set here in the, I guess, to tie in with the province's reasonable standards regarding fire pit sizes, we do need to set one, but the enforcement piece, Councillor Humphrey, was one that you spoke to. You know, you gave the example of, I don't like the color of your hair, your fire pit's too big, now I'm giving you a ticket, right? So we'll dive over into the word negligence, which is usually something that a judge would arrive at in a court proceeding after measuring whether there was a deviation from the reasonable standard, right? Which is defined as, what would a normal, rational person do? Currently, the reasonable standard is defined in the bylaw, and it's pretty rigid. But if you go to your definitions section for this new draft bylaw, so 2B7 and 2C7, there is also another definition or another test for reasonable when a professional is being involved. So specific to the example of abuse of power in issuing tickets for oversized fireplaces, or fire pits or fireplaces, because they're both covered under that. We lay out in all of section 2B 1 through 6 what we would consider a reasonable standard that is used widely across the province for characteristics of how to safely place a fire pit. However, the folks who you've intoned would have variations of that. We kind of catch that in subsection 7, where we use the language "as may otherwise be determined by the fire chief having regard to health, safety, hazards, and risks." Now, the fire chief would be meeting under a different test if somebody felt they were being unfairly treated for the size of their fire pit because of the fire chief's determination. The professional test would be someone having specialized skills and relying upon those skills to make a determination. So in the case of someone having a 3.5 or 4 foot crusher cone in their backyard, and they were feeling a little adamant that they shouldn't have to conform, the language exists in this new bylaw for the fire chief to give them that variation, but it allows the fire chief to exercise his professional skills in determining that the fireplace or fire pit, either or, is sited correctly, that being away from combustibles, being away from wires, being a certain distance from buildings and so forth. So it's not as though in putting this into place, administration suddenly is granted the authority to unfairly exercise its power and issue tickets. Typically, these definitions would be used at the back end of an incident when something has happened, and then the court would look to our bylaw to see if we had a reasonable standard defined. We need to have one of those, in bar none, whatever it winds up being. We need to have something. The default position for administration to do this in a way that we think is, I would say, industry standard, is to follow the provincial guidelines that are established in the forest protection area there. But also jumping forward to enforcement, which, you know, can be applied to the conversation and comments around fire pits, fireplaces, and it can be applied to the conversation around fireworks permits. Unless council expressly tells us to proactively go out and begin investigating fire pit sizes or asking people if they have fireworks on their property and if they have a permit, I don't believe administration's intention would be to go out and begin policing that immediately. It's more of a case of when there's a complaint, we would come out and check. The passing of this bylaw with these sizes defined creates a bit of a good touch point actually between the public and the fire services, where if somebody's not sure now, where does my fireplace or fire pit sit? Can the chief send someone out with those same professional skills to come out and look at this thing and tell me if I'm missing any hazards in how I've identified where I should put it? So that they can still have it, but it would be great if we, on the admin side, would send someone out from fire services with those professional skills to just take a look and make sure that they're safe. So it doesn't automatically trigger penalties for them based on the size of it. There is a means by which we could issue that variance that Deputy Chief Stewart was talking about. And all of that sort of creates that legal balance that we would need in the event that there is a fire, it gets out of control. And negligence is the thing that we're looking to have determined so that we can appropriately recover costs from someone who was negligent, or we can determine, no, they weren't being negligent, it was circumstances beyond their control, or it was not their fault. And I guess the same would apply to fireworks permits. I don't believe that we're gonna be sending peace officers out at night trying to figure out where the flashbang went off and then tracing the arc back down to the quarter section and checking for a permit. But it does create an opportunity for people to reflect on their practice and whether they are being safe unto themselves and in consideration of their neighbors, if that's of any help to council. Thank you.
Thank you for that information, CAO Simpson. Councillor Humphrey, go ahead.
Yes, and thanks for all that, C.O. Simpson. I guess I have one more question on it, and I just feel that now is the time for us to ask the questions and try and get the answers for this. What about insurance around stuff like that? If we know that they're out there, and whether a fire gets away from somebody and it's not negligent, it's just from unseen circumstances. If it was in a 3-foot fire pit and that happened and they burnt their house down. Now, if it was in a 3.5-foot fire pit and it burned their house down, same circumstances, is the insurance company gonna go, oh, but you guys had an illegal fire pit?
Do you have any further comments, Councillor Humphrey?
I was just asking that question.
Yeah, no, excellent. I'm gonna defer to CAO Simpson. Go ahead, please.
I guess I'll give you the lawyer's answer, it depends. And an insurance company would probably perform a robust investigation which would encompass several factors, one of which may be, was their fire pit in regulation size or did they have a variant according to the bylaw that we have? They would look at that. But they would also look at other things. Were you intoxicated? What was the weather conditions? Was there a burn advisory or a fire ban in effect at the time? It would be a number of things, and it would also depend on the type of coverage they purchased as well. So if they had a no-fault insurance, as I believe was mentioned, then, you know, insurance may not be happy and they may pay the claim. But if there were certain caveats on that insurance policy that, you know, you had to be exercising due care and, you know, you had to follow all the rules of the county or the municipality, just as an example, then they may have a way out of paying that claim. So it would be hard to say that the size of the fire pit alone would determine whether they would be covered under their own policy or not, because there's a lot of other factors that would have to be considered.
Thank you again, CEO Simpson. Deputy Chief Stewart.
Thank you, Reeve. And just to dovetail on CEO Simpson's comments, I have a lot of experience in whether insurance companies will cover a fire loss or not. So just to describe to council, we have a property loss or injury causing fire in Clearwater County. Let's say a home burns down. The initial authority for the investigation actually lands with us as Clearwater Regional Fire in Clearwater County because we're accredited under the Safety Codes Act for the fire discipline for inspections and investigations. So our duty officer that is on shift, we're all safety codes officers. The majority of us are qualified C1 or C2 investigators under the Provincial Safety Codes Act. We have a responsibility within 30 days to tell the province where the area of origin was and what the probable cause was. If there's a death or an injury, we have to notify the office of the fire commissioner immediately. If it's suspicious in any way or we're suspecting arson or foul play, that we have to refer that to the RCMP as a potential crime, where then they would issue a warrant for us to continue the investigation on their behalf as a subject matter expert, or we would engage a third party as Clearwater County to come in and do the investigation for us to determine origin and cause. And then what happens after we're done that investigation, sometimes concurrently, is that landowner has engaged their insurance company and says they've had a loss. That insurance company will send an adjuster and usually an investigator out, usually a third-party investigating company. There's many across the province. They will send a fire and origin cause investigator out to that fire, and they will do a parallel or subsequent investigation on their own, purely from an insurance perspective. Most times, unless there's proven malice or proven fraudulent circumstances, accidental fires are covered under insurance. For example, many fires that I've been to is somebody puts a cigarette butt out in their recycling bin that's in their garage. They are the cause of the fire, right? It was unsafe fire behavior. It was all kinds of things, right? Their insurance company covers them for that. Accidental fires are almost always covered under insurance policies in their liability process until some type of malice intent or fraudulent circumstance is suspected or uncovered. That's when insurance companies start withdrawing their coverage. Unless it's clearly defined in their policy that they wouldn't be covered for something specifically, most accidental fires are covered, regardless of how silly the circumstance. A lot of people fear that they're not going to be covered, but accidental fires are covered. A candle, for example, you leave a candle burning in your home up against a window curtain and you leave and you forget to blow it out and you drive away, and 8 hours later that candle burns your entire house down, and we prove that that was the cause. You are liable for that fire. You were the cause. Your insurance company will cover you for that. It's an accidental fire. So it really depends on whether they can prove and determine if you did it for some intention of fraudulent circumstances or to obscure some other crime, or a crime was committed in the conduct of that. So I have never seen an insurance company today look at municipal bylaw on whether someone is covered or not based on fire insurance. I have not seen that.
Thank you, Deputy Chief. Councilor Humphrey, go ahead.
Thank you. Okay, because that was a concern that I had, was it because we don't have a bylaw against having a candle in your window next to your curtains. I would hope we never get to that, get to that point. But
Me too.
But
yes.
Apparently, but we do have around fire pit size, and that's why it just seemed like we wanted to fix it. Maybe it's not an issue. Maybe it's just me thinking that it's.
And
might be.
I hear the spirit of council and great conversations. Fire and fire rescue services, emergency services definitely does not want to make council uncomfortable with this. This is an important bylaw for us. It is very important that we get this right. And it's very important, in my opinion, that council is comfortable with at least how it's worded and how it's going to be applied. I want to reiterate that I believe that this bylaw is, again, the intention is to set a minimum standard. It is to make sure that we are decreasing the red tape for Clearwater County residents as much as possible, in the spirit of making sure that there's one standard set of rules for everybody that is common across the board. Understanding that the majority of Clearwater County's population, I'm not sure if it's 90%, but it's probably close, lives outside the FPA. We do have large portions of our population that live in Farrier Acres, around Crimson Lake, Twin Lakes, the Brower subdivision, for an example, Everdell, Meadow Ponds, Diamond Valley, Racinus, west of Caroline, south of Caroline, that is in the forest protection area. The Beaver Run subdivision just north of the summer village of Burnstick Lake. We have significant amounts of people that live inside the forest protection area in Clearwater County, for sure. Is there more outside? Yes, there is. However, fires do not stop at the imaginary line on the map. They really don't. And many of the problems we have are immediately on that forest protection area boundary or near it, simply because that boundary was put into place following where those hazards and those risks are, generally speaking. So we have the interface of the heavier timbers to our agricultural lands traditionally, with some exceptions to that across the line for sure. There are tracts of forest in the non-FPA and there is tracts of agricultural land in the FPA, but generally speaking, it followed that line for a reason. And I do also want to reiterate that there is no cost for any of these permits. Like we're not trying to create a cost recovery system or a cash cow for Clearwater County. Whether it's a fire permit or a fireworks permit, they are at no cost. That is the way the bylaw is written. It wouldn't cost the resident or a visitor anything to get one of these permits. That administrative burden is on fire services, on administering the permitting system. And really, it's about setting a minimum standard so that we can maintain safety of the public as best as possible, at the same time balancing risk to council, legal risk to council and to Clearwater County, at the same time not creating red tape, but making sure that we have a standard set of rules that's easier for our residents and our visitors to understand, because that alone creates a lot of administrative burden for regional fire and Alberta wildfire today, is simply explaining the differences and where that boundary is and whether they need a permit or not. And it is quite a consuming process today, because we have two different sets of standards for what everybody considers Clearwater County. A lot of residents and visitors actually don't even understand the FPA exists or how it's applied. It's something that we do a ton of education on today.
Thank you for all that information again, Deputy Chief Stewart. Councillor Cermak, go ahead.
Yes. I would like to make a motion that council grants second reading to bylaw 26/103 and bylaw 2019-007.
Okay, so that'd be bylaw 26/102. Okay, so we have a motion on the floor from Councillor Cermak that council grants second reading to bylaw 26/102. That is the motion on the floor from Councillor Humphrey. Councillor Powell, you have no comments? Okay. Seeing no further discussion, are there any council members that have any comments, questions? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And those opposed? And that motion is supported by council. We'd be looking for motion for consent for third reading. Before that, Councillor Powell, go ahead.
It was just a comment on the population. When you look at the map and when we're talking about this area that needs to change to all align as one, it actually, if you look like Ward 1, Ward 5, Ward 4, and Ward 6, the majority of those wards are actually in the forest protection area. And if we go by wards, the amount of population is actually divided fairly evenly in our wards, so it actually is quite a high population out there. It actually is only 2, 3, and 7 that sit on the other side. The majority of the other 4 wards are in the forest protected area, so we actually do have quite a substantial amount of population. It isn't 90%. I would have to disagree with that. It is a significant chunk of Clearwater County residents that are in the forest protected area.
Thank you, Councillor Powell. I'm going to defer to Ms. Haight. Permission or is unanimous consent required to proceed to third reading at this time?
Unanimous consent is required.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Deputy Reeve, go ahead.
Thanks, Chief. Just, I guess, to follow up on an excellent point by Councillor Powell there, do we have statistics on the population that is in the FPA and the population that isn't within Clearwater County?
Deputy Chief, go ahead.
I do not, Deputy Reeve. I am not aware of that a survey that Clearwater or Regional Fire Rescue Services has. I could show council a heat map of our emergency responses on where we get generally dispatched to emergencies. I can say that I have no idea what the separation is. There is a significant portion simply because when we talk about, for us as a regional fire service, 7,000-ish in the town of Rocky Mountain House, Leslieville, Condor, Alhambra, Withrow, Caroline, some of the subdivisions in the eastern portion of Clearwater County, as we commonly refer it to, the non-FPA area. There is a lot of people that live in that chunk of land. But I do agree with Councillor Powell that we have a significant portion of Clearwater County that is inside the FPA. We have a lot of our visitors. That's another piece. When people visit Clearwater County, they're generally not visiting the non-FPA portion of Clearwater County. So any long weekend in the summer, when we get 10, 20,000 visitors to the county, they're generally in that brown non-FPA area. So fire permits and fireworks permits, and that risk shifts to there. So it's not only for our residents, it's also for the visitors. Significant visitation that we have to this area for recreation is large. Our response extends into that non-FPA for emergency situations quite a bit. That Highway 11 corridor all the way out to Abraham Lake. We were out there yesterday for a RV on fire near the Bighorn. We're everywhere for sure. But I don't have stats specifically on that separation.
Thank you, Deputy Chief. And again, I want to make it quite clear that I 100% support the FPA regulations within that area. And I really understand your intention. It's just, the question is it right to apply those same regulations to this portion of the county, right? Because they are rather strict. So is that what's best for the residents is what we have to weigh here. So
Deputy Reeve understood. I believe from my professional opinion that this bylaw would meet that intent, that it is from a safety perspective, a clarity of expectations for all of our residents. I believe that the way this bylaw is written is in the best interest of our residents and their safety specifically. I do believe that.
Thank you for that. For Deputy Chief, this bylaw would also create more flexibility, if from everything that I've heard, that residents could actually get a permit to legally have fireworks or discharge fireworks. With this said, if unanimous consent, I'm quite evident, there's a divide on council on this item, so I'm quite, there would be a motion required for unanimous consent. I don't know if that motion will pass from the first and second readings that have taken place already at this point in time. Third reading would just come, third reading will be at a future council meeting, and would allow council to have more time to consider this bylaw. Is that correct? Okay, so we'd be looking for a motion for unanimous consent. I'll make the motion. I'll move that council grant unanimous consent to proceed to third reading to bylaw number 26102. So, as there is a divide amongst council, I won't be supporting the motion. I would like to have more time for council's consideration on this agenda item. So if there's no discussion on that, right now the motion on the floor is for unanimous consent to proceed to third reading. Does anybody need any clarity? Seeing none. I'll call the question. All those in favor? And those opposed? And that motion is defeated. This bylaw will be at a future regular council meeting for council consideration in the future. Thank you again, Deputy Chief, for your time, and staff for all the information. Moving on to item 4.3. In today's, Ms. Hay, go ahead, please.
Seeing as that third reading for the fire bylaw has been postponed to a future council reading, this next agenda item is not required at this time. So I would recommend that item, what is it, 4.3 is postponed to a future council meeting.
Thank you for that, Ms. Hay. Council member looking for discussion on this item, or Councillor McCulley? Okay, Councillor McCulley makes a motion to postpone today's item 4.3, bylaw 26103, revising the former Village of Caroline Community Standards bylaw to a future regular council meeting. That is the motion on the floor. I'll call the question. All those in favor? That motion is supported by council. Thank you, Ms. Haight. Moving on to item section 5, new business, item 5.1.1, budget adjustment, fire capital code, FR S026 on page 89. And again, pass the floor over to Deputy Chief Stewart.
Thank you, Regent Council. It's great to see you this morning again. This budget item in front of council today, or sorry, this agenda item in front of council today is related to a fire capital purchase that was approved in the 2025 budget deliberations by council for replacement of Unit 513, which is a engine in Clearwater Regional Fire Rescue Services. It is due for replacement in 2028. Because of the time to spec and build fire apparatus in today's economy, there was a budget request for a 10% deposit of this year for a 2-year build time for this apparatus to be delivered in 2028. That budget was approved at a 10% deposit in 2026 of $150,000, and at the time of budget deliberations, it was discussed with council that then essentially means an approval of the remainder of the balance of that cost in the delivery year of 2028, which was an additional $1.35 million. What I can say is that the reason we're in front of council today is that that $1.5 million ask is proven to be shy of what we can purchase an apparatus of this spec to replace this truck by about 5%. So the background information here given to council specifically speaks to a massive increase in not just fire apparatus, but pretty much any mobile equipment in cost and delivery times across the board. Public Works sees this as well with a lot of fleet replacements where they're taking longer and costing quite a bit more than they did. However, fire apparatus since the pandemic has seen a hundreds of % increase in cost. So an apparatus that would have cost us $600,000 in 2019 is generally around the $1.5 to $1.4 million range to replace now. This specific apparatus, we did engage with all of the pre-vetted vendors within the RMA Sourcewell process, which is a process that allows us not to go to RFP or go to tender, but to speak with pre-vetted fire apparatus vendors. And for council's information, there's really 3 large fire apparatus conglomerates in Canada and the United States that own the majority of companies that build fire apparatus, so there is a difficulty there in getting costs across the board. Those three major vendors are listed under Sourcewell. So there's no administrative reason why we would go to RFP or tender for an apparatus like this. But the request today is to let council know that we went to three vendors. We've got official pricing from one and unofficial verbal pricing from a second that $1.5 million will not replace that apparatus today. However, in the official pricing from one of the vendors that best meets our spec, there's a prepayment option. So the request today in front of council is that council considers moving the $1.3 million from fiscal year 2028 forward to fiscal year 2026, where if we prepay for the apparatus, we actually save $105,000 on the overall cost, so that truck would come in under $1.5 million. If we pay the deposit today and wait to pay the remainder on delivery, that apparatus will cost us roughly $79,000 more than what's budgeted currently. So two options for council would be to approve an increase in capital cost for this year of $7,934 in 2026 to achieve the 10% deposit with a remaining $92,000 in 2028. That was a round number of $100,000 to make sure that we could cover off the cost of the apparatus, or move the $1.3 million forward to fiscal year 2026 and save $105,000 on the overall cost of the apparatus. And I'll leave the floor open for questions from council.
Thank you, Deputy Chief. Council, questions, comments, or motions at this time? Councillor Letwin, go ahead.
So this is the new fire truck replacing an old one, is that correct?
Councillor, yes.
And what year is the old one?
The old one was a 2008.
2008?
So it'll be due for replacement in 2028 after its 20-year service life, which is our standard replacement cycle for large fire apparatus. And that's about 5 years on the industry best practice, which the industry recommends replacing frontline fire apparatus in 15 years. We take them to 20 here in Clearwater County.
Okay, thank you.
Deputy Reeve McKay, go ahead.
Thank you, Reeve. Is there a home for this large apparatus somewhere else within the county, or would it have to be sold at auction?
The replacement apparatus, Deputy Reeve? The one that's coming out of service?
The one that we're replacing, like for old 513, does it have a home somewhere else within the fleet?
Correct. The plan here today is that 513 would come out of Nordegg and be stationed here in headquarters, actually. We have a old 201, the one fire engine that used to be in Condor, is currently being utilized by the Wildland Urban Interface team. It is well beyond its 20-year life cycle, so that 513 apparatus would come in here to headquarters, be utilized as the Wildland Urban Interface team's primary response engine for the foreseeable future, as long as we can maintain it safe on the road as a third-line apparatus and potentially a mechanical spare if we have an engine that goes out of service for a significant period of time. Okay. But it does have a home, or it could be dispersed as an asset through the county's asset disbursement policy. It could be, we could recover some cost on that truck if that was council's direction.
Right, or we could just disperse the old Condor truck, and
correct.
It would probably be more beneficial to fire services to do it that way.
Correct.
So the sooner we can get our hands on this apparatus, the better it is, not just for, because this would go to Nordegg, correct?
This engine actually, it's to replace 513 in Nordegg. The intent would be that we would move one of our engines in Rocky that has been used really well out to Nordegg. Better suits their needs out there, and then this engine would probably replace that engine in Rocky Mountain House. So although that capital-wise we're replacing the engine in Nordegg, we'd be doing some fleet adjustments when this new engine came in. It would be going to our busiest fire hall, and one of our engines that was built in 2017 would be going out to Nordegg to be stationed at Station 50. It just better operationally suits the needs of Nordegg than the truck we currently have out there.
Okay, so by moving this to 2026, as you said, and allowing us to save those funds, would that get us the physical equipment any sooner?
No, it would not.
Okay.
The build queue would not change from those manufacturers, and that 2-year time period is probably as quick as we'll see in today's building environment. Some municipalities are seeing through certain vendors up to a 4-year build time for a fire apparatus.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Humphrey.
A question I have is if we make this adjustment and prepay it, so we're prepaying it, we lock in the price. If we don't prepay it, is the price still locked in or not? Or can it go up? Because 2 years till we get the fire truck, if it's not locking it in, it could go up hundreds of thousands of dollars.
In the past, fire apparatus manufacturers have honored the price, whether we prepay or we do a 10% deposit after quotation. There is word in the fire industry that is going to change because of these manufacturers are claiming that their supply chain problems, specifically the weak Canadian dollar and uncertainty in the Canadian and US markets with the current environment we're in, that may change. And if we could see them coming back and enforcing some of the force majeure clauses in these agreements when we prepay the 10% only, that they may come back and give us a letter and say, we're not giving you this truck for that anymore because things have changed and you need to give us more money. That is the word on the street today. And that has to do a lot with the current environment between Canada and the US, trade-wise. It is my understanding that if we prepay for this apparatus, that price is locked in up until we deliver that truck. If the 10% only is paid, we run the risk that things could change.
Go ahead, Councillor Humphrey.
I'd like to make a motion that we approve option 2 with the condition that it's locked in.
Of course.
That we lock in that price, that we get confirmation that they're not gonna raise it.
Go ahead, Councillor Humphrey.
Should probably ask, we have funds somewhere to do this.
Ms. Serhan, go ahead.
Yes, currently in the restricted surplus account for fire apparatus is just over $2 million. However, there would need to be some additional funds going into there to fund future things. So there is some more discussion that needs to happen around restricted surplus, but to make this happen, there is funds there this year.
Thank you, Ms. Serhan, for that. Councillor McCauley, do you? No, okay. I do have one question. Councillor Shermack, do you have comments?
Yeah, I was just wondering if the interest on the 1.35, would we get more interest if we put that into a bank instead of paying them the 105, which would be more beneficial to us? Would we make more interest on that money if we kept it for the 2 years, or would we pay more if we paid the 105?
Ms.
Do you know what I'm saying?
Yes,
Robert?
Director Haymark and I did have a conversation about that, and it is slightly more beneficial to pay upfront than the interest that would be received on that money.
So we would save money if we paid it up front.
Yes.
Thank you, that's what I needed.
Okay, thank you. Okay, that answers your question, Councillor Shermack. I do have one question, and it's regarding the color of this equipment. Will it be red or white? And what are the implications of having white emergency services?
Reeve, that one catches me off guard, my apologies, but currently Clearwater County has a policy in place, our vehicle and equipment use policy, I believe, that requires fire apparatus fleet to be white in color predominantly, and have a specific decal down the side of them that is indicative of our 5-year service ribbon. So as regional fire management, we would be following that policy today, and that truck would be spec'd as white with that ribbon on it. If we wanted to color that truck differently, I would need to ask council to change a policy.
Thank you very much for that, Deputy Chief. I'm just wondering if there's a cost savings by having the equipment white, or is there an additional cost for that being white?
I can't say from this specific manufacturer that cost would be more to be white. We have paid more for white apparatus in the past. We have had to buy spec apparatus off the lot that are already red, and we've had to paint them white to meet county policy. So we have in the past paid more. Yes. There's an interesting history, dynamic behind that in Clearwater Regional Fire Rescue Services that I would not endeavor to get into with council, but we have paid more for white fire apparatus in the past. We have also bought lots of white apparatus that did not cost any more than if we would have spec'd them red. There's generally certain color band that causes us that manufacturers have that there's really no cost. So if we spec these apparatus in advance, they don't. Right now, there's one study that says that there's color benefits to having fluorescent green fire apparatus. And there's one study that says that your fire apparatus should be the color your public expects them to be. And I would endeavor that if we polled the majority of our public, they would expect our fire apparatus to be red. However, we have a mixed fleet today, where we have red apparatus and we have majority white apparatus. So it is a complex problem right now. If we're building fire trucks, we are building them white simply because we are required to do that under county policy.
Thank you for that information. I'm sure there's going to be more discussion on this, but Councillor Powell, go ahead, please.
I don't understand. I'm feeling a little lost and caught off guard. Why do they have to be white?
It's under current policy at this point in time.
Can we see the policy? Like I'm totally lost.
And this may be a discussion or a motion required from council to have a review of this policy. Councillor Powell, do you have any further comments?
I always thought fire trucks were red.
Thank you, Councillor Powell. Councillor Letwin, go ahead, please.
Well, what size is this new fire truck that we're getting? Because I've seen all different sizes of fire trucks throughout the county.
Correct.
For this kind of money, I was just wondering what the weight is, axle size.
I can pull up exact specifications for you, Councillor, based on a proposal we received. This truck is what we consider a Type 1 fire engine, so it meets the NFPA and CANUL CF 515 standard for a first frontline pumper truck, essentially is what it is. This is a single axle pumper truck, not a dual axle, so it's not one of our rural fire engines like you would see in Leslieville that has 2 axles and carries 2,000 gallons of water. It is designed to be shorter, single axle base. It's based on the stations it'll go into, either replacing the truck in Nordegg or in Rocky Mountain House. It allows us to have a lower driving license class for the operators. It allows us to operate that truck over more restricted bridges and roadways. It is supported by a fire tender that brings lots of water if required. This has 750 gallons of onboard water. It is a large pump that meets firefighting capacity of 1,500 gallons per minute pumping capacity, requires all the requisite or carries all the requisite firefighting equipment, so SCBAs, self-contained breathing apparatus, hand tools, power tools, you name it. It seats 5 firefighters in the cab. Yeah, it would be similar to if you went down to Nordegg today, their frontline pumper, it's very similar to look and feel of that truck. If you went down to Rocky Mountain House, the same Caroline, the same Condor, the same, seats 5 firefighters, has a large firefighting pump and carries all the equipment that's required.
And carries 750 gallons of water.
750 gallons of onboard water, yes.
Thank you.
Councillor Powell.
I just have a question. I agree with Councillor Humphrey on option 2 being made the motion, but when we're purchasing a new item like this, which I think is great, we need to keep doing that. When we are ordering color, maybe I just think that, is there a way that we can discuss the color in the policy prior to placing the order to make sure that this is what emergency services and does want for color, and that before we go and purchase it, we have this color discussion. I don't know how that can be done with a motion on the floor, but
At this point in time, we do not have an official motion on the floor.
I can
haven't-
provide some clarity to that comment as well too.
So just to answer, there, we do not, I haven't stated the motion.
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah, Councillor Humphreys made the motion, but the chair has not stated that motion officially
oh,
at
my
this point in time.
apologies.
So, yeah. So
My
there-
apologies.
Councillor Humphrey has a proposed motion, but it has not officially been placed on the floor. And that was actually to Councillor Powell's comments, was my question was what would the, council's consideration of cost savings with potential option 2. But as Councillor Powell has mentioned, potential costs of having the apparatus white or red and having a review of that policy. So is there a deadline regarding this agenda item here today?
So approving this agenda item today for us to move forward allows us to secure that build spot with the manufacturer. There's a written spec that today states that it would be white in color. What happens when we then start engaging formally with that vendor after we either prepaid the 10% or prepaid the entire amount of the apparatus is we get into what's called a pre-build cycle where we get to review that spec and change whatever we want. And there's also a final build inspection that's done at the facility after that truck has been built. So we have, this would start a 2-year process where we have lots of time to change the color of this truck at no cost to Clearwater County.
Do you have the information, thank you Deputy Chief, available today? You may have it. Is there additional cost on the unit being white, or would there be a cost savings of the unit being white or red? Or vice versa?
I don't have that number in front of me. I could attempt to pull up the spec on here, but the spec that I have doesn't have the list of the items priced beside it. I'd have to engage the vendor in that pre-build process. I don't believe there would be a cost savings to make this specific truck white from red. The standard white they use versus the standard red they use, because this truck hasn't been built yet. Where we run into that case is when we're buying a fire apparatus that's already been built and we have to paint it white, or if we were buying some kind of special white paint. We have paid more for white apparatus in the past. This one specific, because we're so early in the process, they've just listed simply painting the body as a line item that's probably a placeholder value. So I wouldn't have that information in front of me today on if that would cost us more or less if we dropped it down to red. But I can say in the past that it has impacted price, for sure.
Thank you again, Deputy Chief. CAO Simpson, go ahead, please.
Playful question to council. What does council think the public would want the color of the apparatus that is currently unpainted to be, notwithstanding policy? Red or white? Red. Okay.
Looks like red as a majority is what the community would expect fire apparatus to be, would be colored red.
And yourself, Mr. Reeve?
Generally, when you see fire and emergency services equipment, it would be, in general, you would think it would be red.
I have good news for council. You do have the ability to vary policy at your discretion, not so much a bylaw. If you want the apparatus to be painted red, you can just stipulate that in the motion today when you approve our option 2, and we can send that information to them. And we can bring the policy back for a discussion or repeal at council's pleasure.
To have united colors amongst a lot of the fire apparatus is already white. But I think what council's looking for is maybe a discussion and see if there are any cost implications or potential cost savings in the future regarding policy. There may not be any cost savings to be had to go from red to white, or white to red, or maintaining status quo as per current policy of white. But I think that information could be brought forward, and I think council would like to have further discussion as we're indicating option 2, which would be a cost savings to the municipality of $105,000. So I think a future discussion on this current policy of mandatory white fire and emergency services apparatus could be a future discussion for council to get that information. Does any council member have any questions, or Deputy Chief, do you have any comments?
I have no comments at this point. Reeve, I think bringing the vehicle use policy back to council is an important step at a future council meeting. And as the CEO alluded to, if council so decides at that point in time to change that policy, we can change the color of this truck and it would not cost us money to do that, as long as we did that sometime in the next 2 years.
Okay, and that information, if it was brought forward and it was identified that white is the better color and the better interests of Clearwater County, then my preferred color may be white at that point in time. But Councillor Letwin, go ahead.
all for changing it to red if we save some money, as long as we don't repaint all the other fire trucks.
That would be, I assume that would be, expecting that would be part of the discussion in the future. So, we have a proposed motion from Councillor Humphrey. Councillor Humphrey, go ahead.
So do we want to add in that we'd like this truck red, or are we going to decide that at a later date, which we have the option to?
I think at this point in time, I don't have enough information to decide whether it should be red or white, but I think a future discussion and information brought forward from the administration for council consideration would be the first steps to move forward.
Okay, but we should probably still get into the queue.
And that was my question sort of for Deputy Chief, was if there's a time constraint on this requirement for.
I can speak to that specifically. There is a time constraint for us to move forward on this apparatus, whether that's figuring out a totally different option that would require us to have an apparatus that doesn't align well with our fleet. We either need to prepay in advance, or we need to adjust the current capital funding to essentially replace this fire apparatus. The manufacturer that gave us a formal proposal did tell us that annually in September, fire truck manufacturers reevaluate market conditions. And considering what took place over the last few days at the federal level with trade down south, I do not expect trucks to get any cheaper, and they're doing a price adjustment in 2 weeks, 3 weeks time from now. So this truck and the formal proposal we have before us today could, if we wait 3 weeks, could be more money than it is today.
Okay, so we have a motion from Councillor Humphrey that Council direct administration to proceed with option 2 with the condition that the pricing is secured from the vendor as presented.
Understood.
Does that capture the motion, Councillor Humphrey?
That captures it quite well.
Okay, we officially have a motion on the floor from Councillor Humphrey. Seeing no further discussion, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that motion is supported by council. Moving into item 5.2.1. It is the Kurt Browning Arena Ice Plant upgrade. It is on page 91 of today's agenda. Thank you again, Deputy Chief, for your time.
Mr. Reeve, just a supplementary question before Director Hansen gets going here. Did council wish to make a motion to bring that policy back regarding the color of the fire apparatus for discussion at a future council meeting?
Absolutely, and I'd be pleased to make that motion myself, that council direct administration to bring back the, I'm not sure what the policy number or name is. The vehicle and equipment use policy. Okay, I move that council direct administration to bring the vehicle, equipment and use policy for council consideration and review. Seeing no discussion, I'll ask the question. I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that motion is supported by council. Now we can proceed into item 5.2.1, and we have Director Hansen and Ms. Reglan here, so I will pass the floor over to Director Hansen to present this item, please.
Perfect. Good morning, council. So this ice plant agenda, I kind of had some maybe discussions throughout the year on the progress as, you know, bringing council back to budget 2026. We presented, I think there was $2 million in the 2026 budget to, first of all, to evaluate the ice plant at the Kurt Browning Arena. So throughout the course of the spring, early summer, We put out a RFP for engineering services. We had one response from MCW Consultants. They've done a thorough review and provided us a 62-page feasibility study there on that facility. We were really hoping they could come today and speak to some of the technical aspects of the report. Unfortunately, they send their regrets they were unable to attend today. So we're happy to go through the conclusions of the report, and as well as discussing the cost escalation that we've seen, based off the budgeted amount, and really looking for council's commitment to continue to move forward. There's I don't want to be the spoiler alert that it's this system really has come to the end of life based on the evaluation, and we need a path forward there with a new system. So with that, I'd like to have Kate run through the agenda item, as well as they have provided a PowerPoint presentation which they're going to present. I think it'd still be a benefit for us to present it on your behalf. And unfortunately, I say neither of us are mechanical engineers to speak specifically about some of those things, but really we're just looking for council support, and then we can, and if there are technical questions that are required for council to make their decision, we can get those answers for you. So with that, turn over to Kate.
Okay, good morning. So yeah, I'm just gonna go over their PowerPoint, and I have some speaking notes, and we will try our best to kind of answer the questions and instead of kind of the agenda item, because they do kind of duplicate a little bit. So starting on slide 2, so the current system condition. So the condition of the core equipment, like the compressors, pumps, condenser equipment, piping, and controls are all aging, and the plant requires ongoing maintenance and operational workarounds to remain functional. So another item that they found deficient are the safety and code-related deficiencies. So the previous assessments identified issues involving ventilation, gas detection, emergency systems, signage, documentation, and other machine room requirements. And then the third point that they found on the current condition is the system is deteriorating. So there are reported condenser leaks, corrosion at pumps and piping, brine and glycol quality issues, uninsulated piping, and concerns with both the hockey and curling rink slabs. So then in the very tiny, there is a couple photos, and those are from a condition assessment that we got from the Village of Caroline. It wasn't for them. So they mentioned that the important point is that no single deficiency by itself drives the recommendation. It is combined with age, deteriorating components, operational workarounds, and code deficiencies that creates a potential risk. So the plant does remain operational. However, they're not suggesting that it needs to be shut down immediately. However, there is costs associated with reliability, safety, and continual operation are increasing. Okay, so slide 3. So it's the life cycle risk. So we did ask what happens kind of if we did nothing. So there's not a defined remaining years number. They don't know if it'll be 1, 2, 5. All that they can note is that it is beyond the typical service life, and therefore probable issues of failure, retroactive maintenance, and operational disruption increases with time. So today the system is operating, but there is deficiencies. And in the near future, there could be maintenance, increased operator attention, and continued reliance on existing workarounds. Okay, and then slide 4. So we had them look at the maintenance-only approach, and it would buy time. However, it's not going to extend the life of the asset. So maintenance does not reset the age of the equipment, and it does not eliminate the major code upgrades that would be required for the actual plant room in the building to be modernized. It cannot guarantee continual operation if the major compressor, condenser, piping system, or other critical components fail. The existing maintenance agreement is also important to understand in its context. It covers inspection and routine maintenance activities, but significant items such as compressor overhauls, major repairs, refrigerant filters, fluid replacement, and emergency work are outside of the routine maintenance scope. So in other words, the maintenance can buy time, but it does not create a full life cycle for this plant. And then they outline 4 points, what it can kind of do and then what it cannot do. So slide 5, so the replacement options were evaluated. So they evaluated 3 options for the refrigeration plant itself and then 2 options for the plant room itself. And you would need option 1 plus option A or B. So the first one, refrigeration option, is a low charge ammonia system with secondary brine. So this is the highest efficiency, strong heat recovery, and natural refrigerant. So option 2, CO2 refrigeration with secondary brine system. So this has low toxicity, cold climate potential, and higher complex and costs. And the third is HFO refrigerant system. I'm not going to even try and pronounce what HFO stands for. However, it is in my agenda item spelled out. So this is a similar operation, lower efficiencies, and regulatory uncertainty. So each option was assessed against safety, efficiency, capital costs, serviceability, life cycle performance, heat recovery capability, operational requirements, and regulatory considerations. And then there was 2 options for the plant rooms. So the first one was rehabilitate the existing room. So it's feasible, but it requires substantial reconstruction to achieve modern code compliance. And the second one is the pre-manufactured plant room, which we have also referred to as the skid package, like a skid unit. It would be come in as another unit and would be set outside the existing building. If we do the pre-manufactured plant room, we would have to decommission the equipment within the existing plant room itself and do some maintenance of the building. So you need like the piping, the HVAC, the electrical, all of that tied in as well. So then the costs. So the cost comparison, so the refrigeration system, the estimated cost for the low charge ammonia option is approximately 2.8 million. Option 2 for the CO2 and brine is approximately 3.53 million, and the HFO option is approximately 3.85 million. On top of those costs, the plant room, so the renovations or rehabilitation to the existing plant room would be approximately 980,000, while the pre-manufactured plant room is approximately 1.15 million. So the recommended option combination is the low charge ammonia plus a pre-manufactured plant room. And it produces a cost of approximately 3.97 million. So this is a Class 3C estimate, so detailed design, final equipment selection, construction phasing, marketing conditions, and tender pricing would refine this number. These are not based on, it's just based on the cost estimate at this preliminary stage. So fingers crossed it's less. However, and then the cost does not include future replacement of the hockey or curling rink slabs. So it was identified when we did a walkthrough with the current maintenance staff that there potentially could be the actual concrete slabs would need upgrading in the future. We haven't done a test to have an idea. However, it's something that we will have to consider in capital budget in the future. There is an option we can go in and test them and it would give us a better idea whether it's 1 year away, 5 years away, but that's not a part of this scope. So if that's something additional that council would like us to look into, potentially 27, we can come back with that as well. Okay, so again, so their recommendation is a low charge ammonia refrigeration system with a pre-manufactured plant room. So from a performance standpoint, ammonia remains highly efficient for arena refrigeration and performs well across the varying load conditions created by the hockey and curling rinks. It is well suited to heat recovery that provides opportunities to recover refrigeration heat for applications such as slab heating and snow melt. The low charge configuration reduces the total ammonia inventory compared with traditional ammonia plants while maintaining the performance benefits of ammonia. The pre-manufactured plant room is equally important to the recommendation. It allows the new refrigeration plant to be housed in a purpose-built, code-compliant enclosure outside the occupied arena. It reduces the risk to occupants, provide better maintenance access, and allows the refrigeration equipment to be arranged around modern requirements rather than forcing new equipment into an older room. So overall, the combination provided the best balance for performance, safety, constructability, maintenance, and long-term value. So a couple kind of closing notes. So again, these are based on preliminary numbers for 2027 costs, so we do have inflation in there. They did a design contingency as well as a construction contingency within their cost estimates. And then the detailed design would get more in depth for the refrigeration capacity, equipment selection, operator requirements, plant layout, controls, heat recovery, construction phasing, and regulatory coordination. They do recommend, like I mentioned, to testing the existing slab during the next available shutdown, just because it was brought up as a concern. However, I don't have as much of the background, which is something we can kind of look into again in 2027 when there is no ice. So that's kind of what we have, and we will try and answer some questions, but as Eric mentioned, mechanical is not my background either. And yeah, I'll open it up to any questions.
Ms. Ragland, I'll open the floor up to council for comments, questions, or motion. Councillor Levin, go ahead, please.
What are the life expectancies of these three different machines? Like, is one 5 years and the more expensive one 25 years type thing, or?
My understanding, and I can do further research, they would have approximately the same life expectancy, and I'm thinking it's 40 to 50 years.
40 to 50 years, okay. And regardless of which machine we pick, there has to be new piping and renovations in there anyway, doesn't it?
Correct, for any upgrade, yes.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Deputy Reeve McKay, go ahead.
Thank you, Reeve. Oh. I was looking through the high-level cost estimate, and now I can't find it for some reason. I was looking through this last night. And it seemed to me that this estimate was significantly more than ProPack's. Now, I realize with ProPack's, it didn't include controls, electrical, things like that. But when you broke all of that out, this estimate was still well over $1 million more than ProPack's. Now, did we go back to ProPack as well, or just this MCW?
Director Hansen, go ahead.
Yeah, no, thank you. So we didn't think it was appropriate to go back to ProPack, just because, you know, they've been asked for a price, they submitted that. We provided that information to our consultants, and they provided us a list of the exclusions that they claimed that were not included in the original estimate. Even when I look at their list, I agree. I do have some concerns about their estimate. I did kind of brief council on this before about the use of cost consultants, and it seems to be the cost escalation that includes. Really, I guess the only thing, the assurance I can give council today is to not focus so much on the price, as in that yes, we do realize that it's going to be more than the $2 million, you know, and that's what we've set forward in budget. This consultant is indicated upwards of 3.9. I still believe, you know, with the contingency amounts and the type of work that they've identified as the things that weren't included, still do not equate to an additional $2 million. So I project that we are going to see some cost savings through the detailed design process, and that detailed design process may include this engineer. It may include a design build relation with one of the standing offers that we have with RMA. This was really for more of the case of the condition assessment, and that's really what they were brought into, and they were brought in to provide the cost estimate as well. Now, if they truly believe that is the cost, you know, and this, in their industry professional opinion, then we have to take that and we challenge them on that as well. Our decision moving forward would be to take that recommendation and whether we continue on that path using as our engineer on record to continue to assist us with this program, or we decide to go with a different approach. But I still think it's important that, you know, it was identified as a concern early on, that there was a list of exclusions that weren't included in the original estimate. So we do know there's gonna be more than $2 million, but our path moving forward into detailed design, there's still some options on the table to get a better handle and to try to see some more cost savings outside of this engineering report.
Thank you. Secondly, just with regards to the placement of the new building, are we gonna be able to get by that structure in behind there, or is it gonna completely block off that access?
Yeah, great catch. It was, we noticed that as well. They actually had it on the exterior of the farthest jut out there is to the west. There looks like there's other opportunities to be able to bring that unit around. There again, through a preliminary engineering sketch that they provided, that's certainly where we wouldn't want it. We'd want it to be tucked around the corner, so to try to minimize any impact, as that is a narrow alleyway as it is today. We wouldn't want to impact that any more than we'd have to.
Okay, you're already on it, thank you.
Councillor McCauley, go ahead.
I was reading through this, and it was the employee or the requirements were mentioning that there's a possibility of having someone that would be certified with those plants, or like a power mechanic. Does the current facility have that same requirement?
For the ice plant operator?
Mm-hmm.
Actually, I'm not sure from an operations standpoint what those requirements are for a ice plant operator. It's something that hasn't fell in our wheelhouse before as an operator.
I was reading through what it had in here, and I was just curious if the current facility are they required to have the same sort of power mechanic that's certified with the ammonia plants?
I'm sure there's some type of certification there. You wouldn't want anybody to be operating a system like this. There's some high danger components in an ice plant that could have some serious ramifications. So I'm assuming some type of certification. I believe that is contracted out. The ice making is used by a contractor from the Ag Services. Ag Services.
I was just curious to read the report. Yeah. That's all. Thank you.
You bet. Ice side. So there again, I'm really just looking for council's support to keep moving forward with this project. Want to make you well aware. Again, apologize for not having the consultants engineers. I was hoping to get them in front of you. I really was. So we just wanted to. We've been waiting for this report for a long time. It's come to a critical point there in the relationship, I think, with Caroline, and we didn't want to wait any longer. We will be discussing this again during the September 21st strategic planning meeting there, as we're doing our priorities list, you know, where this falls on the priorities scale. From a condition perspective, it's very high from our recommendation. So we just want to be prepared. We've identified, you know, that throughout the year, we've put some additional funding in the Caroline restricted surplus to try to deal with some of this aging infrastructure. So we really look forward to having more discussion at the future strategic plan session. But there was a recommendation. Maybe Kate, you want to walk through the?
Yeah, can do that. So the options to consider is continue with ongoing maintenance of the existing plant, or upgrade the refrigeration system and plant room to a low-charge ammonia and brine system with pre-manufactured plant. As we mentioned, as a condition, Public Works, we do feel it's high on the priority list. However, we will go over kind of the Caroline restricted surplus and wherever it falls within council's priorities. So our recommendation is to proceed with the upgrade to the existing plant with the low-charge ammonia and brine system with pre-manufactured plant.
Thank you, Ms. Ragland. Councillor Powell, go ahead.
I was just gonna make the motion to upgrade the existing plant with the low-charge ammonia and brine system with a pre-manufactured plant as staff recommendations.
Okay, thank you for the motion, Councillor Powell. I do have one question for administration. Will there be any earthworks required or asphalt or paving that would be needed with the installation of a potential new pre-manufactured plant?
There will be minor site works just where the building is going itself. However, it is a flat area, so we don't see it as high costs and not asphalt as far as I'm aware.
Okay, yeah, with the current surface is asphalt at this time. I just wasn't sure if any of that was going to be disturbed or if that was, if anything was going to be.
Because it is going in the back where it's gravel right now.
That's paved. There's pavement.
It's paved back there?
Yeah.
On the alley? Oh, sorry,
It
my
is.
apologies.
I drive back there quite a bit.
Okay, I
Yeah.
have not been for a few months.
That's okay. Director Hansen.
Yeah, so unbeknownst to me, I actually thought it would be, the skid unit would actually be like a drop-off skid unit. Likely it would be on a pile system and, you know, which makes sense. You don't want it to go anywhere, right? So likely, you know, a pile system for the refrigerant unit as well as there was the other component as well that's sitting up on the stand. And it's the name is, the fluid cooler, I believe. So there might be actually two components that actually need additional piles, depending on what could be salvageable from the existing one. But there are likely two components there, which is, I say, a piling system there for a foundation and then the piping into the building. There's gonna be some risk with the decommissioning of the old system because, you know, as we do a hazardous materials inspection, you never know what you're gonna come across on a building of that age. But hopefully it's not that old that there should be that much risk. But vermiculite, you know, lead paint, the typical, but I don't think we're gonna stay away from the A word. I don't know that there'll be a lot of that.
Okay, no, thank you very much, Director Hansen. I just wanted to double check with the potential just shy of $4 million manufactured plant that if there was any considerable earthworks that may be needed, but it's not sounding like that will be a thing that may come arise in the future. Having said that, Councillor Letwin, go ahead.
Yeah, Eric, you said it'd be going on piles, this plant? Yes, okay, has anybody done a line locate to see what kind of lines are running back there? If we compress with area, space?
Not yet. So this is being, as it's just a preliminary design phase, you know, once we have that support, absolutely, we'll be doing locates. Our operations team wouldn't appreciate us if we put a pile through one of their
I'm just saying, if
lines.
it's covered with lines buried underneath there, it's gonna be hard to set it up there.
No, absolutely, and, you know, there could be other options, you know, even like a shallow concrete pad. If for some reason that we weren't able to get piles in the ground, you know, and then maybe do a cost comparison for the other, or one to the other.
Thank you.
You bet.
Okay. Deputy Reeve, McKay, go ahead.
Thanks, Reeve. One thing we didn't really talk about is the amount of downtime. Was there any study involved with that where, you know, we have to shut in the old plant, do our piping tie-ins? Is that a week, a month? What are we talking for delay there?
Yeah, and we're hoping that there would be no interruption in any of the programs for ICE. So we would be, you know, we're just coming into hockey season right now, if we get the detailed design completed, procure the equipment so that we have it here on site, and even if the idea would be that the plant could still be operational while especially if we're gonna use a skid unit, which is a fully contained unit, so the changeover should be quick, you know, everything, all the mechanical electrics should be in place and be nothing more than switching over the parent piping out of the building. So we're hoping for zero disruption to programming.
Yeah, cause that plant is shut down typically June and July?
Yeah, so May, June, somewhere in there.
May, June.
So there again, I'm never gonna guarantee there will be no delays or no, again, it's not I've never done an ice plant before, but you know, as we set out what our goals are, and that's why we are recommending to go with the skid unit, is that it should be just, you know, a changeover. And
Right.
it should be short.
Okay.
Yeah, no, it sounds like there's been considerations taken. Thank you.
Okay, so we have a motion from Councillor Powell, the council-directed administration to upgrade the refrigeration system and plant room to a low-charge ammonia, NH3, and brine system with a pre-manufactured plant. That is the official motion on the floor from Councillor Powell. Seeing no further discussion, I'll Call the question. All those in favor? And that motion is supported unanimously by council. At this time, I'm just going to call a short 5-minute break. Welcome back after our short break here to the regular council meeting for Clearwater County, August 25th, 2026. We're going to move into items under new business, which is, we had an addition this morning under item 5.3 regarding the Kootenai Plains Ecological Reserve. I'd like to open up the floor for discussion on this item. If not, I do have a proposed motions for council's consideration. And I'll proceed and make a motion as I'm seeing no councillors or have any indication of speaking at this time. So I move that council direct administration to draft a letter requesting an impact assessment regarding and impact assessment and clarification from the Ministry of Forestry and Parks regarding the disestablishment of the Kootenai Plains Ecological Reserve and the transitioning of those lands to a provincial park. Were you able to capture that motion, Ms. Thompson? Okay. Move that council direct administration to draft a letter requesting an impact assessment and clarification from the Ministry of Forestry and Parks regarding the disestablishment of the Kootenai Plains Ecological Reserve and the transitioning of those lands to a provincial park. Okay, Ms. Thompson has that motion captured. Are there any discussions on the motion on the floor? Deputy Reeve McKay, go ahead, please.
Thanks, Reeve. Would it be possible to add to that letter some clarification regarding, and I'm just going to refer to the public notice that was provided in the Mountaineer newspaper. And they state that some of the current uses in Kootenai Plains Ecological Reserve are incompatible with the site's current classification. So within that letter, could we also request some clarification as to what exactly those uses are? And what exactly the future intended uses would be?
So that could be captured within the clarification, the impact assessment and clarification section, but we could expand potentially on that motion, Ms. Thompson. Okay, motion is captured. Is there any further discussion on this item? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that motion is supported unanimously by council. At this time, we're going to take a recess till we'll return at 12:35. Okay, welcome back from our recess and welcome back to the Clearwater County Regular Council meeting for August 25th, 2026. Moving into item 6 of today's agenda, we have reports. Are there any items of discussion on the section of reports? And maybe at this point in time, I'll ask CAO Simpson to go ahead and provide your CAO report.
Certainly, thank you, Your Worship. For council, make note of the fact that on the 5th and 6th, Nordeg will be celebrating their annual Nordeg Days event. And there will be a market, a show and shine, and hopefully lots of participation from the community and maybe folks from the surrounding area. Concurrent with that, there will be some road closures. Lily Ave, Center Street, Cherry Ave, and an adjacent road will be closed for about an hour from 8 to 9 during those days. But there's still going to be access along Elizabeth Avenue. So all county-owned parking lots within Nordeg will be delegated to this event. So if folks want to come and park, they can use one of our spaces. To council specifically, we will be hosting the next District 2, that's the Central Rural Municipalities of Alberta Fall Meeting. We are expecting between 80 to 100 delegates on the 2nd of October. And councillors from the Central Region are going to be invited to our community to review resolutions put forward and to discuss municipal concerns affecting the Central Rural Region. So I had made note that Mountain View County would be looking for a seconder on a resolution of theirs that they're going to put back to the province, and by consensus by email, council had agreed to second that motion, so just be ready when that one comes up to stand in support of your colleagues from Mountain View County. RMA is happening November 2nd to 5th, and the conventions, which happen twice a year, will be at the Edmonton Convention Center. Resolutions that are crucial to RMA's advocacy efforts will be put on the table, and they'll be looking for direction to RMA from the members to endorse specific positions or calls to action. The resolution is directed to the provincial or federal government, depending on the content. And once those resolutions are endorsed at the RMA level, they remain active and they influence the advocacy agenda of RMA for the next 3 years. So the deadline to put forth a resolution will be January of next year. If council has advocacy priorities, a draft resolution should be put forth to council in the next couple of months and then presented to the District 2 CRMA for endorsement and then on to the spring of 2027 RMA. And just a personal note, I've been settling into the community with my kids and my dog, and I've been enjoying the recreational amenities of the area, including some marginal success trying fishing at Cow Lake. Finally got one. It was a jack, not a trout, unfortunately, but we'll get out into deeper water, I'm sure, and get better eating from there. The community continues to deliver on its promise of being vibrant, welcoming, and a great place to live and work. So of note, I've also noticed there's some pretty good forage crops going in the fields. I wouldn't be surprised to see a second cut coming through in the fall.
Excellent. Thank you for your report, CAO Simpson. Are there any questions for CAO Simpson from council? Seeing none. Moving on to item 6.2, we have the broadband project update for August 2026.
Sure. Sorry, Janet.
There's some indication of some members of council wishing to speak. Deputy Reeve, do you have questions, comments?
Were you gonna present the item?
It looks like it, yeah.
Okay, go ahead, CAO Simpson.
So I'll present the item, and first I'd ask, has everyone had time to review the report itself? Okay, I imagine there will be questions, so what I'll do is I'll just run through the material in the report, and then I will take those questions down and get you some proper replies after the council meeting as soon as the information comes in. In general, as far as website updates go, the open access network is still a pretty popular piece of content on our county website. We're up to 405 views from 240 visitors. The telecom providers page also is up to 103 views from 159 visitors, and those two pages are about 80% of the traffic on the broadband page in general. So folks are starting to look at who they're going to get their services from. We're growing in interest in the telecom providers, rising from 51 to 72 visits between the first and second halves of July, and traffic to the open access overview page, we're sort of saying it's just holding steady with those numbers. The residents are spending most of their time on the broadband project funding page, averaging about 1 minute and 53 seconds per visit. which is the longest of any of the broadband pages we have on the site. This suggests that visitors are reading the page rather than passing through it. Total site users has continued to grow for the last 3 months, from 750 in May to 830 in June and 915 in July. So it's an increase of about 10% for each period. And page views rose about 20% in July, from 2,900 to about 2,900, from 2,400 and change. And the engagement rate is improving about 40%, from 39 to about 47% of residents spending more time reviewing service and project information pages. These service select pages rose from 42%, and the project status views rose, they rose 42%, and project status views rose about 34.5%, indicating residents are actively researching service availability and construction timing in their area. Paid social traffic went down about 12% in July, which kind of reflects the posting volume during the summer months as we prepare for the summer launch, or the September launch period, As far as Facebook or Meta advertising goes, our August ads continue to promote our internet service providers. So during the first 2 weeks of August, the focus was on Bears Paw's new website, which is dedicated to Clearwater County's broadband packages and prices. And these last 2 weeks in August have been focusing on Mage Network's dedicated webpage. We're also running a series of Did You Know posts, which will be launched weekly in Clearwater County on our Facebook page. And the intention of these posts is to educate the residents and businesses on a number of different aspects of the program and answer some of the most asked questions we hear in the community. We're also going to be doing some advertisements in the 3 local papers, that's the Western Star, the Mountaineer, and the Albertan, to support the internet service providers currently in the market. And this is in response to many residents asking for internet service provider information so they can begin shopping ahead of the network launch. We're going to be launching an early connection program, which starts today, the week of August 24th. And the small number of residents targeted in this program are going to connect to the Clearwater County broadband network and provide feedback for us, helping prepare for the larger launch in select areas of the county during the week of September 21st. These dates depend on the network being fully ready and functional, so that includes software and hardware testing, making sure the area cabinets are fully commissioned and fiber connected to the property line, from the property line to the residents, as well as the in-home equipment installs. As we're rolling out to larger area internet service providers, their onboard packages and pricing will be onto the Marketplace website, and residents will be able to sign up with their internet service providers and get connected. Residents in areas coming online first will receive one of 2 communication materials. If they've not yet signed up for Fiber Connect, they'll receive a mailed communication in September encouraging them to sign up for the Fiber Connect program and choose an internet service provider as soon as possible. And for those residents who have signed up for Fiber Connect, they will be sent an automated email informing them that they can begin shopping for an internet service provider, and the Marketplace website will be ready with all of those ISP packages and pricing. As far as community engagement goes, there's been a presence at the Market on Main in Rocky Mountain House, and so the Clearwater County broadband booth continues to have presence at the Thursday evening market in Rocky, where residents can stop by and ask questions or sign up for Fiber Connect. This ends, I believe it would be Thursday the 27th. That'd be the last market. So of the Fiber Connect sales as of August 11th, we've contacted 1,736 residents. We have signed up 1,051 of those. And the installation schedule, which runs from August to October, we'll see installations happening in Crimson South, Ferrier Acres North in August, Nordegg Outer, Highway 752 and Cow Lake to Range Road 384, Highway 752 to Range Road 80, Hidden Valley, Highway 752 to the West RV ATV Park, and Strachan East and Northwest in September. And then in October, Cheddarville, Congressbury, Dovercourt Hall, installations along Township 384 and 385, Range Road 84, and the Classen Oilfield Cowboy Trail areas. So of the internet service providers themselves, Mage Networks now has a full page dedicated to Clearwater County broadband on their website. And all internet service providers will be posted to our telecom page. which you can access at clearwatercounty.ca/telecom-providers. So that would be Mage Networks, Bears Paw Networks, and Aero Technology Group all have web pages dedicated to our broadband. So a lot of points of interface for people to come in, pick an ISP, and get connected. With respect to construction, there's a total number of homes that could get fiber internet. That's 4,399. We've passed 1,703 of them, and again, we've received connection orders for 1,051 of those. I'll show you the maps here. ROHL updates have built about 460 kilometers of fiber to date. Let's see, cable construction, we've got 37% of the way there, 606 kilometers of the 1,659 that are planned, and civil construction, just under 700 kilometers of the 1,389 planned. And then with respect to Canadian Western Infrastructure, they've built about 150 kilometers to date of their project. Canadian Fiber Optics updates, they've got 88 kilometers built to date in areas from Township 395, Northland Drive, to Range Road 65 and Township 400, and Range Road 65, 64, 63 to along Township 401A and Highway 598, Range Road 63 to the Codner. So that's sort of planned, more is taking place between September and December of this year. There's a couple of site photos there for you to look at of conduit being installed. And of course, the reporting requirements that come with having these grants from the government. We're working closely with Innovation, Science and Economic Development Canada, or ISED, the government of Alberta, on reporting requirements for the Universal Broadband Fund grant projects, which includes monthly progress meetings with ISED and the GOA, quarterly forecasting updates for the GOA, quarterly community progress reports to both entities, milestone deliverables, and claims and reimbursements, a yearly forecast, and of course, project change forms as required. So that would take me to the end of the content of the report. I would be glad to receive your questions and then get you the information that you're looking for.
Councillor, or Deputy Reeve McKay, go ahead.
Thank you. I do have a resident concern that I would like to bring forward. And that is that AFL, when they're contacting residents and making sales calls, led many residents to believe that the system would be online at the end of June. And then it was the end of July. And then it was the end of August. And now it's hopefully the middle of September. So as the owners of this network, I think we need to follow up and put a little more pressure on Arcadia and AFL, because it seems like they're quickly causing a lot of frustration within the community, and that is going to cause a lot of people not to sign up, and it's going to create a system that really doesn't have a business case if there isn't enough customers. So.
Okay, so noted. Thank you, Deputy Reeve.
And secondly, I do have a question to administration regarding timing. Many of these grants have they have a deadline of, I believe it's the end of March 2027. Are we going to make it? And if not, have we contacted the appropriate people to say, hey, due to weather, due to unforeseen circumstances, due to anything we can think of? Yeah, literally. There's a chance we may not have this 100% completed by March 27th. Because if we were to lose those grants and this county became liable for 100% of the installation, I don't think anybody in this building would have a job anymore.
I appreciate the sentiment. I can tell you that I have a meeting with Arcadis at the, I guess, 10 o'clock Monday morning next week. And with that, there will be also a presence from marketing, and I'll have my IT department there. I will press upon them that it is important to hit the deadlines for reporting requirements, construction requirements, and I will also ask about any possibilities through the Ministry of Extension if there's going to be delays. I will bring that information back to you in a future report. if that's fair.
No,
That would be
absolutely,
the
we have a
best time to
broadband
do it.
meeting upcoming, that's why I asked these questions
Yep.
today.
No problem.
I believe it's mid-October, it's the next actual broadband.
Yeah, the 14th of October, there will be a broadband committee meeting at that time.
Thank you.
Are there any other comments or questions from council members regarding the broadband project update report? Seeing none, is there any discussion on the item 6.3, capital project status update report? I'll just comment just briefly on one item here. Is the Caroline North Road 2026 asphalt overlay. I would just like to thank staff for, I had local businesses that had concerns with the construction activities there that was briefly interrupting their customers to have access to their stores. However, administration did rectify that very quickly, so thank you to staff and Director Hansen for that. So the Caroline Feed Store north of Caroline are still open and available to service the community, and along with the Caroline Golf Course, still open for the community to be able to access those two businesses along the Caroline North Road while the asphalt overlay project is underway. Are there any other comments or any questions on capital project status update report? Seeing none, Clearwater Regional Emergency Services report. Comments, questions? Economic Developer Officer report. Any comments, questions? Financial report. These are all reports for council's information and the community. Rocky Mountain House Airport report. It was nice to see that that project is underway and the new airport terminal is being installed and constructed. Rocky RCMP report. Any comments, questions? Councillor remuneration. And lastly, item 6.10, verbal councillor reports. We'll start with Councillor Powell from Ward 1.
Thank you, Reeve. On the 19th, I did attend the MPC. We did a morning of tours. There's subdivision applications, temporary business development permit, short-term rentals. There was a lot of great discussion in MPC, and I do look forward to hopefully the rest of council being able to have a discussion on the development of Nordegg and its future. And then one other thing that I did get to attend on my own was I did get to go to the chuck wagons, and it was absolutely fantastic. The stands were packed, and it was fun. I enjoyed it. So that is all.
Thank you, Councillor Powell. Are there any questions or comments for Councillor Powell's report? Seeing none, Councillor Letwin, go ahead.
Yeah, August has been a fairly quiet month, but I attended the Festival Antique Days on August 2nd and got a chance to visit with a lot of constituents in the area there. A lot of faces I haven't seen for a long time. It was really good, very positive. Attended the tornado recovery info at the hub, and again, big thank you to all the volunteers and everybody working there. And it was the citizens were there to find out what procedures were going to happen and how things were going to happen. So all the people that are pitching in and helping and still out there going hard, thank you very much. That's awesome. And wastewater treatment tour for Leslieville. We attended that yesterday, and that was very informative, very educational, and I learned a lot because I was unaware of a lot of it. And that's pretty much it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Letwin. Are there any questions or comments for Councillor Letwin on his report? Seeing none, Deputy Reeve McKay, go ahead.
Thanks, Reeve. August so far, I've been fortunate enough to enjoy some of what Clearwater County has to offer rather than attending a lot of council. On the long weekend, I was able to, family and I and many others, we went out camping to Hummingbird Falls area. And the reason I bring that up is last year at this time, we'd lost the road into that area. There was significant rainfall and there was a single culvert in a switchback that caused the road to be swept, and it was a bit of an ordeal. Took a few days to get folks out of there. What I noticed this year is that road is in, I'm gonna say, very, very good condition. And Public Works Operations has gone and installed 3 culverts in that corner to eliminate, I think, any possibility of that road washing out in the future. So I just wanted to give credit where credit is due there. They did an excellent job on that. Secondly, I was also able to attend the Chuck Wagons. Again, excellent event put on by the Chuck Wagon Association. It's great for the county, for the town, and the entire community. On the 18th, we had an SDAB hearing. It was the first I've attended, and I had to chair it, so that was interesting. But yeah, we have a good group of volunteers on that board, and I think it went quite well. And lastly, yesterday, we had the opportunity to tour the Leslieville Lagoon and water treatment facility, and I think this group learned a lot from that, and that was much appreciated. That's all I have.
Okay. Any questions? Councillor Cermak, go ahead.
Yeah. On your meeting, you, Councillor McKay, you were the chair of the LUV, SB? Yeah.
Subdivision Appeal Board.
I heard some very good reports on that. You need to have a medal or a bonnet in your flower in your cap. Everybody was very appreciative of how you handled that meeting.
Oh, that's good. I appreciate the feedback.
So you can take that very, the people that I talked to were very pleased with how you handled yourself and that meeting and how well it went.
Thank you very much.
So it's a great, we need more of that councillors actually get praised once in a while. And so I didn't want this to go unnoticed. So I certainly appreciate you stepping forward and doing that.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, Councillor Mack. Are there any other questions for Deputy Reeve McKay? Seeing none. Councillor McCauley, go ahead.
Probably like everyone else, August was a pretty light council month. The Leslieville wastewater treatment plant was really neat. Mostly because I've toured more than one, and for the first time I've seen one where there was no chemicals, there was nothing, it was all natural. And I think that's something that everyone in this county should know, that facility has won awards apparently, and yeah, it's green. It's a green facility. It's really neat how it works. I just wish we were there under better circumstances, I think. With everything else, I've been working in Nordegg for the last month, so I've been meeting everyone there, shaking their hands, saying hi. It's been definitely an experience. I don't think anyone in Nordegg's had someone there to greet or access for a while, so it's been definitely something to see the issues that you hear about, but don't always. Some of the issues that they're out there. There's how it's the construction on the highway has sort of slowed things down a bit. Your trip gets longer, stuff like that. And after everything, with staff, with what I had to deal with getting through my business open, I just wanted to tell everyone that we appreciated everything for that. So thank you, and that's all my report is.
Okay, thank you, Councillor McCauley. Are there any questions for Councillor McCauley on his councillor report? Seeing none, Councillor Cermak, the floor is yours.
Had a very quiet 2 weeks. It was really nice to have some time off. Got all my farming and haying done. It was great to have the 2 weeks off. Did some camping out in the West Country. Did lots. I also had a library regulation Zoom session one night. That was on the 20th. With the new Library Act that's coming in with the visual sex acts that can't be in the library. They can be there, they have to be kept separated. People 15 years and under can't be exposed to it. If they need to, they have to have a parent agreement signed that they can actually take these books and take a look at it. It was very informative, that, and there's two people, and this whole Library Act and regulation come down to that the people that are looking after the library acts and stuff can actually come in and do inspections on libraries if we're conforming to the new regulations. And the two people that were doing the putting on the Zoom, an Ethan and a Carrie, they both said that that would be the last resort, would be that they would come in and do an inspection on what's happening in your library. And if any library does not really understand what the new regulations are, they can get a hold of the Library Act or the library people in Edmonton, and Ethan or Carrie will help you through anything that you need help with on this new Library Act. There's a lot of people upset about it, but I think in the long run, it'll be a good thing that's happening with the libraries, that everybody will know what can be displayed and what can't be. So, and then I went to the sewer, the Leslieville sewer tour that we had yesterday. I was very impressed with how pure the water comes out of that new lagoon system. Well, it's not a lagoon system, I guess it's a willow type area, and it's like Councillor McCauley said, we've got national awards for how great of a system that Clearwater has in this area, and we should be very proud of it. We've got a few hiccups we got to get over, but I think they're not insurmountable, and I think our administration and the engineers can get over the problems that we're having, and it'll be a #1 facility for us in this area. And that's it.
Thank you, Councillor Cermak. Are there any comments or questions for Councillor Cermak's report? Seeing none, Councillor Humphrey, the floor is yours.
Great. It's been a great month so far. I wish every month had this many meetings in it. Fewer than normal. Yeah, the treatment of the tour of the wastewater treatment facility was very informative. I think something worth noting that how well the water's treated out of there. There's two of the ponds. There's 3 ponds at the Leslieville site, and 2 of them are I guess not fresh water, but it's clean water that can be used for irrigation. It's that clear. It meets all the standards. You might not want to take a cup there for a drink, but it's that close, right? So I just thought it was worth mentioning for everybody who is listening that, yeah, there's only the one pond that's there is actual the sewer lagoon water, that type of a holding pond. The other 2 are after it's been treated and it comes through, and it is so clear and clean coming out there. It's and no smell like you're normally used to. So yeah, it was pretty impressive. That's pretty much it.
Thank you, Councillor Humphrey. Are there any questions for Councillor Humphrey on his report? Seeing none, I attended many of the same events, whether it's the Municipal Planning Commission, the tour of the wastewater facility at Leslieville. However, I did attend a meeting with the RCMP with CAO Simpson, and a couple of discussion topics that we had with the RCMP was the potential homeless claim and displaced people that were potentially around the central waste facility. However, that claim was verified by the RCMP that there were no, actually no homeless people or encampments around that central waste facility. I also brought up the question about the police requisition formula and how that comes to, but that is dictated by the provincial government. So over the next few years, when we see the RCMP requisition from roughly 1.4 million going up to nearly 3 million over the next few years, that formula is dictated and created by the province, not the RCMP. I also had concerns. I had a resident ask me about the speed limits. We have 3 roads that create confusion with speed limits. One would be the Angle Road, the Caroline North Road, and then the Arbutus Road. They all have different speed limits, and Deputy Reeve, you and I share a ward boundary there, but the Angle Road is 80 kilometers an hour. Caroline North is 90, Arbutus is 100. So I've had residents have concerns with 3 different speed limits. So having said that, I'd like to move that council direct administration to bring back information regarding the speed limits and options for speed limit adjustments on the Angle Road. Yes. So I do have a motion on the floor. I'd like to open the floor up for discussion on that. Deputy Reeve, go ahead.
Thank you, Reeve. And could we also add to that the Oris North and Beaver Flats between 12 and 760, no, 598, sorry.
I'd be open to that amendment.
Just other examples of where the speed limit differs significantly from other areas. Thank you.
Are there any other suggestions or potential amendments to the motion on the floor? Councillor Powell.
Just not sure if it would be an amendment or maybe it would be discussion when that is brought forward, but some of the subdivisions are posted at 30 and some of them are at 50. How do we make them all at 30 or 50? We've got differing speeds in some of the subdivisions as well.
Okay, so this...
I'm not sure, but...
So this will potentially, if the motion is supported by council, could have further discussion at a regular council meeting regarding speed limits on some of the municipal highways. Seeing no further discussion of the motion that is on the floor, call the question. All those in favor? And that motion is supported by council. Other than that, yeah, I was able to enjoy a little bit of time, have a little bit of a summer break for August. Are there any questions from any council members for myself? Deputy Reeve, go ahead.
Thanks, Reeve. Just regarding your conversation with the RCMP, when you had asked them if there was no encampments near our central waste facility, was there encampments elsewhere that we should be aware of?
They didn't identify any that they said there was none there.
Okay.
So that was clarified. But they didn't identify any new ones that they were aware of that were anywhere within Clearwater County's municipality. So
as indicated by the Housing Association, that information may have been correct that was presented to this council.
That's right, and CAO Simpson and I, through discussion with the RCMP, that's why we'd asked that question. But CAO Simpson, please go ahead.
Very quickly to the Deputy Reeve, there was, if you recall, some conversation that some sections of land near the municipal airport may have encampments on them. Staff Sergeant Lessig did dispatch a unit to investigate that and determined there were no encampments located on the Crown land parcels near our airport. So haven't found any yet.
Thank you. I believe there was some concern out of town, sort of along the river. Has that been looked into as of yet?
Didn't specifically ask them to look in along the river. If you give me the general description, just because I'm new here, where along the river coming east or west of Rocky, I'm happy to relay that to the RCMP and ask.
I think that was just how it was presented to this council.
Yeah.
From the housing association, but that's fine if there's been none found. That's all I need for now, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, are there any other questions from council members for myself? Seeing none, I'd be looking for a motion to accept item number 6 in today's agenda, reports as information. Councillor Humphrey, you'd like to make that motion?
Yes.
Okay, Councillor Humphrey makes a motion that council accept item 6 under reports for information. Seeing no discussion, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that motion is passed. We've been moving into correspondence, item number 7 on today's agenda. Is there any discussion on either one of these letters? Letter from Minister Dan Williams to Reeves of Clearwater County and Red Deer County regarding Bill 28 concerns. And the second letter is from Clearwater County in support of the Caroline School Enhancement Committee project. I'm looking forward to RMA to have further discussions with Minister Dan Williams regarding Bill 28, but having said that, are there any other comments or questions from council on either of these items for correspondence? If not, we'd be looking for a motion to accept correspondence as information. Deputy Reeve, go ahead.
I'll make that motion to accept correspondence as information.
We have a motion on the floor from Deputy Reeve and Kay that council accept correspondence as information. Seeing no further discussion, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Motion is supported by council. No notices of motion that I'm aware of.
And I'm also very much looking forward to discussing that with the minister in November.
Absolutely. So that said, we have the last item of today's regular council meeting for August 25th, 2026, which is item number 9, adjournment. And Councillor Cermak makes motion for adjournment. Call the question. All those in favor? And we are adjourned at 1:22. Thank you and have a good day.